Right, welcome back everybody to the second part of the stream. Apparently Michael Hendricks' Formula 1 stream, judging by the chat. If you could also put some investment advice in the chat, then the YouTube algorithm will probably really go bananas on my channel, so feel free to no, don't do that. I'll check that out ODM after the stream then, if it's not urgent. I do open Discord more frequently these days than one time per month, so I should probably will see that by itself. The race, the race was absolute fire, I agree. Absolute cinema. Hey Iceberg. Of course, I'm not gonna comment on the situation because of course I'm wearing orange glasses, so but then again, I guess the guys making the actual judgment calls are mostly English people, so yeah, there's that. I just want to say, no, I'm not gonna say it. It's probably right that Max got that big penalty, but it did look like Russell was taking his sweet time entering that corner after Max gave him the position. He was really taking his sweet time for getting through that one. But I cannot say I really took a deep look at the situation. I just saw it and yeah, it is what it is, he would say. Anyway, we are continuing with Factorio. In the first part of today's stream, before the race, we actually set up this. I'm quite proud of myself. I said I was gonna do something and then did it. That doesn't happen too much on this stream. I usually get sidetracked out of my mind, and then we end up with like a shimmer of what the stream title is supposed to say, but we actually set up the preparation for purple signs, which is what this is. We don't have it unlocked just yet, but it is on the way. Quite a nice setup actually, relying on the stashed steel as well as some extra steel from space, which we are melting or smelting right here. I suppose both. So now this buffer should start getting a bit more empty again. It's almost full, all 2000 slots. So we got a good head start. And then we are having the red chips from the stashed stacks at blue signs. Of course, we have been researching a couple red and green technologies. So this was just stashing up. As you see here, these chips are going to the stashes. And nothing is flowing on the blue signs belts. That is going to change though. But at this point we do have more than the 200,000 red chips we need in stock. 261k in fact. Which is the amount we need to make our 20,000 furnaces and productivity modules. So we can reach the first of the two purple technologies we want. After that there's going to be some serious savings again before we can go on with the next one. But we will have a lot of time to get actually to research thrusters and a planet. Today though, we're not going to be doing any of this. In fact, we are just not even going to make progress at all. We are going to go in editor mode. We're going to unlock the planets and we're just going to fiddle around with what the resource requirements actually are to get 1k SPM on each of the 3 planets. And if we have time, I also want to check out if it is viable to make a Mark II productivity module factory on Vulgora. Basically just mine stuff, upcycle everything the hard way with recyclers and production, and then just try to get rare productivity modules, and maybe rare quality modules and rare speed, who knows what we'll get, but we gotta figure out if that's viable as well. So you made a rainbow laser mod, it's on the mod portal. I know you talked about it on Friday's stream. Is it literally called rainbow laser? Rainbow character trains or asteroid rainbow lasers. By Honza 2268, that checks out. Baseball, huh? Makes your laser beams RGB. 0 downloads. I again have the luxury or the privilege to be the first person to try that out. Just like the person who made the quality mod, who corrected the spelling mistake and quality. That's also one of the. I was also the first one to download that one. Planet mode. I probably should just load a save where I'm actually was lasering something. I think that was not too long ago. Final fight. Alright, let's redo the final fight with the new RGB lasers. Do I need to configure anything? Mod portal says 94 downloads. Alright, yeah. Then it's probably mine, which is that is a lot of downloads for a mod that you just cooked up and put on the portal not long ago. Do I need to configure anything? Mod settings. It's V1.0, so that's probably not going to be. Okay, there's no settings, so that is good. Well, I suppose we're gonna redo the final fight, which we did in Friday's stream. It doesn't really matter if. Let's just see what happens if I have my repair packs on me when we start doing this stuff. That's probably not going to end very well. So yeah, let's go. Just for the lol. Come on, rainbow lasers, show me your colors. Oh, heck yeah, that is awesome. That is very cool. Wow. Alright, we're already having a lot of repairs. Bots are distracted. Only one bot got destroyed so far. That is pretty beautiful. Way better than disco signs. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Let's complete the laser show. I think the worms are targeting me, so we gotta do some jiggly business. Maybe doing the repair pack thing was not the best idea. Yeah, that's cool. I also like how it just becomes white light again at the point where they all converge around the behemoth biters. Yeah, it's just like beautiful white light again. Because all the colors get overlapped again, I suppose. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Right, we're gonna keep that one, that's for sure. Thanks man, thanks for making the mod. Right, shout out to Honza, Honza2268. If you play Factorio, go and use lasers. Go download this mod, it looks very nice. Okay, not that many bots got destroyed. Maybe it's not as big of a deal to carry the repair packs on me. We lost only one apparently. Okay, but yeah, just the bots get distracted a lot. Okay, they're gonna die now. These are gonna die. And that is with medium worms, and they still die. Yeah, very beautiful. The laser beams. So big worms and behemoth worms have a lot higher damage, so they'll probably get. I don't know. Do they get one shot? Even with the rare quality bots? I guess we'll find out at some point. But it's not today. So yes, we're definitely keeping that. We won't be seeing it much more today though, because we're gonna go explore the other planets. Just some theory crafting session kind of thing. But I'm definitely going to feel much less strained doing these laser combats from here on out, because they can get pretty tedious after the 17th battle. Yeah, now we're losing the bots getting repaired because they hover over the laser turrets too long and then just get the area of effect damaged into oblivion. Happy Pride Month. Is it that time of the month again that it's Pride Month? It feels like it's always that time. Right, let's get into the... We'll just go from here into editor mode. So this, I go into editor mode, I will see the layouts of the planets. It's not really a big deal. I already know the layouts of the planets. You can actually see that in the when you start the game. You can check out the other planets as well. I didn't even bother. I only cared about Norvis at that time, having a forested start. I didn't check out the other planets in general. I don't even know what a good start looks like on GLEBA, for instance. What to look for. It does appear I have pretty good spawns. I know that because we started 2 weeks ago. We started a multiplayer server for everybody supporting on Patreon, with sort of a similar setup on the same map seed. And I thought those guys would take a long time to overtake me. They overtook me in 1 week, and now I think they have like captivity going on. And they're soon gonna go towards Aquilo. They have biolabs already. They got everything, man. It is 100 times science cost at this point instead of 1000, but still. That went way faster than I thought it would. So, because I hang around at a server every now and then, just looking around a bit, I do know how my planets look like. So let's just go in editor mode. Maybe I should actually go editor extensions. I just deleted that again. We'll just go in editor one time proper, then go out of editor again. Then at least the achievements are gone. We cannot get achievements anymore. I think I will quickly install editor extensions mod, because that's a really nice way to spawn in resources and get rid of stuff. Much more so than the vanilla editor. So here we go. I just physically deleted the mod from my PC, because it's basically entering editor mode without invalidating achievements, editor extensions. And we did test it out to see if killing an aircraft, one of those small aircrafts on GLEBA, actually disqualifies us for the keeping your hands clean achievement, because there were rumors that it was okay to keep that on. But now we know that it's not. We very certainly know that it's not. Alright, so now you can basically enter map editor with this button, and it does not invalidate achievements. I already invalidated achievements on this save, so let's stop tracking that for now. We probably should delete the entire Norvis base, to be honest, just to test stuff out faster on other planets, not using up a lot of UPS to calculate this entire mess. So I suggest we first give ourselves the text we need. Thrusters, all 3 planets. I'm not in editor mode. All 3 planets. Actually, probably just also the science spec, because we need to have access to the recipes that get unlocked by those. This is the first time this thing is useful for me. Okay. We are supposed to have access to beacons. We'll give ourselves elevated railways and rail stops too. Maybe I will research the circuit network. We'll see. If we can go without, we'll go without. As I understand, GLEBA pretty much almost requires actual circuits to get that to flow good, so we'll see. I gotta have the train stops. We will still try to go without fast inserters, but it's probably not gonna happen. I think that's kinda everything we need. Maybe substations. I can access substations without researching the technology. Let's just keep it like that. Now we gotta generate all the planets. One on Vulcanus, one on GLEBA, and one on FULGORA. Where shall we go first? Let's first do the easy planet, just to get started. I think Vulcanus is the easy planet. I know what to give ourselves. We are in design mode. So I do want the map editor to delete cliffs when I mark them for deconstruction. So let's get ourselves cliff explosives as well. We gotta go out of editor mode, I think, to actually drop to a planet. So let's try. Is it? You likely have a destroyer worm around your first tungsten patch. What are you going to do with it? Well, mate, we are in editor mode. Let's explore a bit. And speed up the game. I think I should actually delete Novice now. This is gonna freeze up the game a bit, but up. Go on. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, that's gonna take half a minute. I'm not actually touching down on a new planet. We are just exploring. I need to learn a little bit about the planets, because I know hardly anything about them. Which means I don't know anything really, so what should I prioritize in research? It kinda matters when science is 1000 times the cost. Alright, so that deletes everything. I think I also have a command for killing enemies. Pollution. This is deleting chunks. That's also pretty useful. Can I do that? That's probably going to take some time as well. This is gonna benefit us greatly though for the rest of the tryouts. I guess all the map text stay. So this is now the map. The map text stay. Maybe I should disable pollution. That will delete all pollution, and then we can make it true again. So again, run the chunk delete thing. Delete space platform. This one as well. Nothing will be rendered, nothing will be nowhere. We did touch down on Fulgora, so or Vulcanus, so we can delete this one as well. I think we should also drop to the other planets to unlock their surfaces before the platforms get destroyed. Deleting the surface from editor mode. You can do that. That's also Fulgora. Hello? Ah, wait, like this? No. Wait, what? Why doesn't it work anymore? Okay, now it does. Alright. Drop to Fulgora as well. We'll unlock that one as well. Disco Thrusters mod? No. No. I only ever use one thruster on my space. That's not true. But I do like to control my speed with one thruster. Alright, we'll get here later. That means we can delete the other platforms as well. Alright, delete. Novice, there is nothing on Novice anymore. I don't think we can actually delete Novice. Did I completely delete Novice? I should not delete Novice. Go, drop down. Super speed. Alright, there we are. Alright, the biters are back. This is unrevealed chunks. This is kill all enemies, but it's only on this surface, right? Alright, now enemies are dead on Novice as well. Absolutely nothing is eating up UPS again, so let's try to speed up the game. See how far we can get. We have 5 minutes of time before the space platforms actually disappear. It looks like we can get about 2000 UPS now, which allows us to simulate the game at roughly 30 times speed for the time being. Alright, we're gonna start on GLEBA. Alright, stop that bot. Am I not in editor mode? garbage everywhere. Okay, that is gone. Vulcanus. I got the button now. Right. Alright, good. Those bots won't stay. Right. Back to normal speed. This is how Vulcanus looks at the moment. So this is our starter tungsten patch. The starter tungsten patch is always in demolisher territory. But we are in map editor mode, so I suppose this works. Oop. And he's gone. Was that a small one? I hope that was a small one. This is a small one. I actually deleted the planet-wise heuristic because I want to speed up the game to a lot of times, and we're gonna have to reset builds and then switch them on again. Alright, small demolisher. Click. I know I can defeat small demolishers, so I just want to delete all of the small demolishers from the map. This is a small one. Actually have to go over there. Why is the minimap off? Because I switched it off. Looks like the territory disappears as well. Here he's hiding. Small demolisher. Bloop. That is the one hiding our starter tungsten patch. 250k. I did notice this map seed is pretty generous with tungsten patches. So before I did believe that you only got one tungsten patch, right? Only the starter tungsten patch, this one, is hidden behind a small demolisher. In my new player experience, the next closest by tungsten patch was hidden behind a medium demolisher. So I thought that was the rule, and you only got one starter patch before you needed to take out medium demolishers, but that turns out to be false. Where even is the guy? There should be one in this territory. He's over here. Small one, so that one goes as well. This is a medium one. Okay, I don't think I deleted the medium one already. Small. Medium. Medium. Okay, so we should leave those alone. How is this guy? Small. Basically, what I want to know now is how much resources do we have available in territory that's guarded by the easy to kill small demolishers. And I think that's quite a bit as far as I saw so far. Small. Medium, medium. Medium. Okay, we might have all the small ones. Small. This is too far out. How about this patch though? This medium. I think we have looped around successfully now. Medium, alright. So let's go back to approximately the center, which is over here. So this is basically the area we've got to work with after taking out all small demolishers. We do have a ton of cliffs. I'm just gonna pretend all of those cliffs do not exist. Let's delete everything. And then if we search for tungsten patch, this might be an, I don't know, this might be an extremely good seed by accident. Like I said, I did not even check out the other planets. I just went for the forested northeaster, We got 3 million tungsten here in small demolisher territory. 4 million over here, so that's about 7. Nothing down there. Another 5 million over here, so that's 12. And here we got 2 patches, which is a combined, what, 11 million? That's over we have at least over 20 million tungsten available in small demolisher territory. Is that an obscene amount? Am I now just extremely lucky, and was I extremely unlucky in the nuclear experience? Or is this like a normal amount you get in small demolisher country? If you have experience with that, please let me know, because to me this seems absolutely ludicrous, to be honest. In fact, I have so much tungsten that I fear we're gonna run out of coal before anything else. 800k coal, 200k coal, we got 3 million coal here, maybe 4 million coal. This is like a small territory, but it's a medium one. There's like 8 million, 4 million coal here, but this was also medium demolisher. And this was 9 million, also medium. How is acid? 5800%. That is hidden. That is hidden. 127,000% accessible. 70k% accessible. Small 45k. We have a lot of sulfuric acid sources as well. The calcite, I think a spawn with bad calcite simply does not exist really. 12 million. 18 million, 13 million. I might research military tree for the easy method with the poison capsules, if that hasn't changed so far. Looks pretty normal, really. Typically finding coal is a much bigger issue. Alright, so then we have the typical scenario here. Coal is most of the time the bottleneck. Okay, that's good to know. We can make coal into carbon on Vulcanus, but we cannot make carbon into coal until GLEBA. So that is out of the question. We can ship in coal from Norvis. That would be an option, I suppose. We only 500 on a single rocket dose. That's not too much. Really, this amount of tungsten is normal. Okay. Then I get super unlucky on the new player experience. I literally had only the starter patch, and the nearest other one was medium demolisher territory. Crazy. Alright. So that was step 1. Let's save that here. We cleared the base plate. We just override this editor mode. We don't really need to do any much clearing on GLEBA or FULGORA, I think. Let's do an update for the map. Does it actually... Yeah, that does that for all the planets, apparently. Alright, so this is also the area we've got to work with. We might need to build a pretty large base, so let's figure that out. Okay, editor extensions mod lets you set requests, I think. No? Maybe we need logistics system for that. Let's pretend we have logistics system. Wait, this here. Oh yeah. Inventory filters. How did that work again? It's been a while. I can just do this. Just pop a stack of everything into existence. And we can just copy and paste the rest. I don't think we're going to be using yellow belts on Vulcanus. Probably also not going to be using wooden power lines on Vulcanus, to be honest. Let's change that out. Crafting machines. Chests. Not gonna go fast inserter just yet. We'll definitely need some like quality inserters. Pumps. I'm not gonna go logistics just yet. We're gonna need big mining drills. But no, we're not. We're gonna just need the foundries for now. Supposedly it's gonna be hard to make quality ones. Yeah, we need quality tungsten before we can make quality foundries. I suppose we'll try to make a sort of sized sign setup with regular quality foundries. We can always fine-tune the design later, but let's first get an idea of what we need. About modules and beacons, if we're going to use them, I hope we can use only rare quality. Hot mod activity 2, rare quality, quality modules. Let's grab some of the best. Uncommons as well. And unchanged ones, not prods though. Yeah, prods, I should not have grabbed those. Not maximum quality prods is basically garbage. No, I should have grabbed those. Let's grab those. Just do some fine tuning. The rare prod ones are okay. These are okay. Standard efficiency is okay as well if we want to go minimum power. And then just maximum speed. Okay, we got a ton of modules because there's going to be a ton of options there. Let me go to a place where there is nothing, like here. Alright, step 1 then. Science, I suppose. Is it made in a foundry? Yes, it is. Alright. My Norvese base does 907 science per minute. So the minimum amount I want to get off of this planet is 907 a minute. It should be pretty easy. I remember Vulcanus was extremely easy to set up the science pack. And FULGORA was hard as nails. Let's calculate how much is that per second, because all these ratios are in seconds. Thanks Conkers. Hey Conkers for the 14-month subscription. We want in total like slightly, like between 15 and 16 science per second. This thing on the mouse over says it gives me 0.6 science per second. I'm gonna try to make the most of my resources, so I'll probably want rare productivities in here. That's gonna slow it down to 40.44 science a second. Which means I would need 34 foundries. And worse than that, I would need like over 100 rare productivity modules just for the science step. That is why I want to research beacons. Because this is about the amount of foundries we would need without beacons if we go for productivity modules. Let's see what we can do if we also have some beacons. I have no idea how many. Oh yeah, we need some legendary substation and power. It's changed quite a bit, I think, since I last used it. You used to be able to set logistics request like for your inventory. It's probably still possible, but I'm not seeing it. Let me just quickly browsed through chat, maybe somebody told me. Ah, it takes carbon to craft. That has been fixed. Ah, the gate stuff. Yeah, gate stuff has been fixed. Ah, I'm in remote view. Alright. Okay, I'm not in remote view now. Maybe I have to go out of editor mode. Now I'm out of editor mode though, so that won't help me. This actually throws it to the trash slot. Map editor settings in the top left allows you to enable infinity. Ah, right. Show infinity filters in controller. There we go. That was what I was looking for. So this basically makes it so that you never run out. Like now, if I can drag this belt, I just run out and I have to get more of them. But if you put that in here, you basically always have a stack on you. That was what I was looking for. So I just have to set all of this in here. And then it will be pretty easy for me to always have a stack available. Sorry, it's a bit of setup, but it will benefit us for the rest of the stream. It will definitely speed things up, I promise. Should I also give myself some rare foundries or uncommon ones? Probably. Assemblers, we definitely want those mainly in rare quality. That's gotta be the Mark II assemblers. I'm not gonna be researching the Mark III anytime soon. Beacons, we probably should make the most out of those. Same for the modules. And so after I do this, I can actually delete my inventory and I just have a nice neat inventory with one stack of everything that never runs out. I don't think there's a reason to go rare ones. That's gotta be these and these. We got those available in droves. And we probably will use, I should use Mark I quality if I do quality really, because I don't have Mark II quality available. Those are there already. Alright, I always want electric energy accumulator and legendary substation. So I know I won't actually have that. And that is part of the infinity section. I also want some of these tools, like this just spawns and deletes stuff. We'll use normal quality. It's pretty obvious that that does not exist. So we want those. What else is good? This is basically just a legendary infinity chest at this point. Let's grab those. The super substation. Super infinity accumulator, and we got some extremely powerful modules if we really want to push some limits for testing. Super insert. Super radar, those are functional as well. So these radars have like giant view. Let's just plop some in the corners. I don't think they actually scan chunks. Alright, then I don't need my substations. The point of the substation is to have okay, so now no matter how much I throw in here, I'll always have back my minimum inventory here. And I realize I just deleted my power. Looks like I also need to put those in my requests. Alright, we're done. Let's save here. Surface-wide electricity in normal editor settings. Okay, that's something new. At least I think that's something new. Global electric network. Right, that must have been added. That is how your space platforms work, so we're not gonna ignore surf. We can remove empty chunk. This has become a lot more powerful. Generate planets. I could have done that without all the dropping down to planet stuff. Well, apparently you learn stuff. So now this should have power, right? It doesn't seem to have power. Do I still need one of these? Yeah, I still need a power source on there. Alright, so we can just chuck that into a corner then. And we will have power. Alright, so that is nice. I haven't really looked through editor mode settings at all just yet in 2.0. Yeah, there's even an asteroid chunks tab. That's just to make him, alright. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Did we miss green prod mod 1? I think I have all modules now. Okay. That is nice, because then also when I put a beacon down, it will immediately update. So beacons have diminishing returns now. So I need to do this if I want every foundry to work at the same speed. 2.79 a second compared to 0.44 a second. Right, I need 15 a second divided by 2.79. I need slightly more, but let's just... we're not gonna get an integer value anyway. Looks like if I make 6 of these, like so, I'm gonna be making 16 signs per minute, per second. That is over 1k SPM just from this. If I can fork in 4.5 carbide and 3 plates a second, that's gonna be its own issue with my setup. I think we can maybe do this. We just need to add up all the crafting speed then. That's 4 times 279 plus 2 times 235. That already looks to be enough as well. That's well over 15 signs a second, so that's already going to be... That's 951 SPM. Alright. That actually is pretty cheap. So what are we using in here? 36 rare modules. Those are the real cost. I think the rare beacons, they might be actually pretty expensive as well. And normal foundries. But that already looks like an okay balance. That is 1k SPM right there. That is way better than this. Like this is without beacons we would be using 140 rare quality modules in total. Whereas now we use 36. So that is quite an improvement. A quarter of the module cost. Yeah, let's not hyper optimize just yet. Let's not try to determine the minimum value. Can we use uncommon quality speed modules, etc, etc. Let me just confirm real quick. I want to find out what these beacons do. I forgot what is better. Is it better to use better beacons, or is it or are you better off using better modules first? So here we got rare beacons with uncommon modules, and here we got uncommon beacons with rare modules. 2.54 crafting speed, 2.35 crafting speed. And if we use both uncommon, $2.15. All of like 17 to 18 megawatts of power consumption though. Alright, so the better beacons have better distribution efficiency. What is the cost of a beacon anyway? Okay, a beacon is 20 red chips, 20 green chips. I think we can ignore steel and copper cable because we got plenty of that laying around every time. A module costs also 20 red and 20 green chips, so that is the same cost as a beacon. And then we have another 5 reds and 5 blues, so it's definitely harder to make the modules than it is to make the beacons. So I'm inclined to say let's use exclusively rare beacons, and then we can fill them with crappier modules if we can get away with a little bit less effects from the beacons. Yeah, if you just go at cost, this is 40 green chips plus 20, that is 60 green chips. So this is the same, you need 4 of these modules, so that's the same 60 green chips, 70 green chips, 80, and then this is I think it's like 180 relative cost, 180 green chip resources versus 40. I think and then you need 2 modules each, so I think the beacons are like an order of magnitude cheaper to use in rare quality than the modules. It does look like rare beacons with the rare beacons with a little bit lesser modules are slightly weaker than the uncommon beacons with rare modules. But the cost difference probably says let's not use uncommon beacons. Beacons are easier to get at least than modules. So we'll save costs on modules in rare beacons rather than the other way around. I think that is what we're gonna go for. This doesn't happen to be fast enough, does it? 0.35? I don't think so. It's basically 6 times 2.35. Yeah, that's 846, so this is not fast enough. We do need this one. Which is the last one, 951. It's actually a sizable difference. We'll try to use only the rare quality, because this is the sign setup. It has to run basically all the time for the rest of the game, so we can afford to splurge on those costs. We can use beacons with efficiency modules in between. Yeah, but not really. The thing is, I think the speed will go down if I put extra beacons on there. Even if they're filled with nothing. And now we get 2.26 a second, and here we get 2.79 a second. Because the more beacons are surrounding something, the less each beacon affects the stats. Which means we cannot simply, like in the old days, first get to a speed, and then just add some efficiency beacons to bring down the power usage, because if we do that, now these speed modules have lesser effect per machine. So if we want to bring down power costs, we got to integrate that into the build already. I don't think really power should be much of a problem, right? On Vulcanus, for sure, it should not be much of a problem. Is power a problem on Vulcanus? I mean, these do like 18 megawatts. And these still do 10 megawatts. So if I want to do that, I probably have to like literally bring them down to like minimum. Then they would do 500 kilowatts. But that drastically increases my module cost. Like I said, these things are... The modules inside the beacon are like 8 to 10 times more expensive, it seems, than the beacon itself. Power is no issue at all. Power is free. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. So let's just keep it at this. This is a nice start. 952 signs a minute. Now we gotta find out if it actually works. So here comes editor extensions mod with our, I forgot, infinity pipes. I do not want these. I want just the regular ones. Let's put those in there as well. For now, it's got to be something like that. Can we copy the filter? It looks like we cannot. Molten copper. Okay, we got molten copper in there. That's molten copper in everything. I want to do that. Let's just do that now. How much stuff do these things need to make that signs a minute? 4.5 discs a pop. How are we gonna insert it though? I think we can do that. These machines are pretty big, so I think we should be able to in and output fast enough. Even without fast inserters. We'll find out, I suppose. We need to be able to fork 7.5 resources per second into these things and take out almost 3. That's not a tiny task. Let's first figure that out, if we can do that or not. 690 degrees is 691 degrees a second. Oh, the wrong way. So we need to fork in 4.5 disks at a rotation speed of 360 degrees a second. So we need a total rotation speed of 1620 if we divide it by 691. Oh, that's actually only 2.3 inserters. Okay, so this at hand stack size 1, which we have, we could consider researching hand stack size 2, but if we don't need to, I'm gonna stick with 1 for now. So this does the disks. That is enough for the disks. We also need to fork 3 tungsten carbide inside. That will be a rotation speed of 1080 degrees. So that's two more. Plates. And then we need to take out the signs as well. I think we can do that on the same side. 2.79. That's 1.5. 1.5 outsider. This is definitely possible. Okay, it is possible to fork in and out the amount of stuff that we need. It may not look very pretty, but it is possible. We're not here to make things look pretty today, we're here to see what we need. So, is that even enough? 4.5 times 4 and then 3.8 on the ends. Basically 18 plus 8, 26. Okay, I think we can actually fork that in on a single belt. Let's carbide discs. We have a double inventory filter, alright. For both sides of the belt. Means double the work to set it up, I suppose. Now we just do the same for here, except it's going to be these things. And we need more triangles than bars, so definitely this is going to be enough. Alright. Yeah. Is half a belt enough? That would be nice. 3 and 3 and 3 and 3, that is 12. It's not enough. 14, 16. We need faster belts for this. Of course, in the real world we can just belt weave. Or alternatively bring out signs in such a way. Let's bring out the signs properly. 900 SPM though. No, it should be more than 900 SPM, so we do have to switch belt sides at some point. We can bring this back out and we can make the signs disappear in here. I think. Yeah, there we go, signs disappears. Alright, then we just have to make this switch belt sides. And there we got it, our first sign set up. That is surprisingly tiny. Of course it's only the signs assemblers. I haven't looked into what you need to do to actually get those triangles and bars just yet. That's just a single red belt of input and output. Now is where the speed up function comes in, and that is why I deleted the other planets. So we can properly speed up the game and see what's going on here. Okay, we do seem to have 950 SPM. consuming 1.5k discs and 1k bars. But indeed less than a red belt. So that is good, I suppose. If we need to, we can test it over a 10-minute interval, but this is so constant right from the get-go, I think we're gonna be good here. Alright, step 1 complete. We've got our Vulcanus scienced up. Let's go back to 1 time speed. How do you make power on Vulcanus? What are the most used methods? Is it just steam power from that acid stuff? I mean, I noticed I got a ton of that stuff. There's 127,000% up here, which is insane. This produces 580 per second, without modules or anything, per pump. I guess fluid transport is no longer a thing. As long as the distances are short enough that we don't need to use pumps, we have infinite throughput. Steam power from acid or solar? Alright, solar should be pretty good here as well. A panel does 240 kilowatts, so every panel is basically 4 panels. It is still a lot though, it is still a lot. What is the day-night cycle here? Is that short? I think we look in this thing. 1 minute 30 seconds. Okay, that means you need barely any accumulators to get through the night, right? Because Norvis has a way longer cycle. 7 minutes. The thing is though, you get 500 degree steam from these things. So it would be great to use those turbines. Don't tell me those are unlocked only by nuclear power. These things. Unlocked by heating tower and nuclear power. Are you kidding me? I need to research nuclear power to use these. Heating tower on GLEBA unlocks those things. Because they are starting to be usable. Why doesn't Vulcanus have its own technology that unlocks these though? Visit GLEBA. The problem with visiting GLEBA is it also starts off GLEBA evolution. It is true. I would just need to visit GLEBA and research the 1 million planet unlock, but I just need to mine a copper stromatolite on GLEBA and I will unlock these buildings and then I can use them on Vulcanus. That is just wrong. It's faster. It is honestly faster to research nuclear power than to research an additional planet. Nuclear power actually might be useful on Norvis, Fulgora and I suppose Vulcanus as well, although here we can just do the sulfuric acid stuff. I remember the power being a pretty limiting factor in terms of how many accumulators you need to place on Fulgora, so it might pay off to have nuclear power there. Of course we cannot make uranium, so we need to ship that in. That is a problem. That's probably not. So how much, what's the difference here? 5.8 megawatts against 900 kilowatts. This is wasteful though. We are wasting the potential of the steam as well. This consumes 60 a second and generates 5.8 megawatt. This consumes 60 a second and generates 1.8 megawatt. For the same steam cost. So that means for the same sulfuric acid cost. That's like a factor of 3. We will need 3 times as much sulfuric acid to power this planet through the old steam engines compared to steam turbines. Yeah, in my opinion, some techs are missing from the list here. Like maybe calcite processing should also unlock the steam turbine. That unlocks the neutralization thing. In my opinion, it should unlock these machinery as well. GLEBA does it too. You don't need to research nuclear power to do that on GLEBA. It is done with the heating tower. That's an I don't know if that's an oversight, but I think that should be a part of the game. But then again, I think this coal synthesis recipe should not be hidden behind rocket turrets either. It should be available as soon as you hit space, really. Alright, so we either research nuclear power, or we start evolution on GLEBA, or we just eat the triple asset cost. Or we invest in solar panels. We might invest in solar panels then. It does appear we have a lot of space, especially if this is our entire 1K SPM sign setup here. But of course we're not done yet, but it does appear we could get away with placing solar. Of course I deleted all the cliffs, so maybe it's not that easy. There's a lot of cliffs normally on Vulcanus, I suppose. I just move out a bit, generate some new map just to get an idea of how many cliffs there are. And there's a lot of cliffs normally. And we don't have cliff explosives. There should be some areas without cliffs. Not really. It's gonna be a pretty patchworky and manual decision kind of stuff to place a solar network on here. It's not just simply stamp. There's just too many cliffs for that apparently. Yeah, there's a ton of cliffs. Maybe I should not have deleted all my cliffs here. Let's make a blueprint of this. Can I go to a different planet? Why do I spawn in here? Alright. Can I delete the surface again? Surfaces. Okay, I think I need to go to Vulcanus then. Delete surface. Okay, I deleted Vulcanus. Can I now make a surface? Maybe not. Maybe it's possible, but I know how to do this, so let's just do that for now. I did count my tungsten. I'll make a separate save here. Solar just costs lava and a little sulfuric acid from a vent. Solar doesn't sound too bad. Alright, so this is our starter area. Let's just try building it in here. Let's unresearch cliff explosives. I can just make a deconstruction planner that ignores cliffs. Is that a tile? Is that an entity? I don't know. Cliff. Blacklist. Alright. So I can delete everything still, except for cliffs. That is fine. It's not fine. I'm not in editor mode. Throw it on the floor. Enter editor mode. pick it up from the floor. And now it's in my inventory, alright. So now I have deleted all the garbage on the floor, which I can delete, but all the cliffs are still here. As well as all the demolishers, so I have to take that into account. I think they will still destroy my stuff if I build in their territory. So let's get our blueprint out, our temporary blueprint. Let's see, this is the highest chunk which I can build in. Let's just go 2 chunks down. So we kind of have sort of a starter area, but the entire rest of the world seems pretty cliffy. There is some good patches though. There are some good patches where we can probably place a bunch of solar. So it might be viable. Anyway, we need to enable global power again. Global superpower. Place it in a cliff hole. There we go. And we should be back with 954 SPM. Alright, we are back where we left off. Let's save here. Cliff Keep. The area needed for powering a Vulcanus base on solar is crazy. I kinda tend to agree here. These use like 18 megawatts a pop. I'm just gonna continue though on the high power part. There's no pollution or anything, so there is no penalty for using no efficiency modules here. Except for the power cost. What if I like later if I triple the beacons? Okay. Then I just insert like half good speed. And then half efficiency, and it will still work about similar. 0.87, here we have 2.79, it's about the same. 247, 235, okay, so this is slightly faster at the moment. But the power usage is still comparable really, it's 14 megawatts per plant, 16. 14 to 16, and here we've got 16 to 18. That's not gonna be worth it. If you not go all the way with efficiency modules, I mean, what are we using now? We are using plus 539% power instead of plus 635. So yeah, it's not a big difference. It's a big difference if you go to minus 80%. That is a big difference, but this is hardly worth it. I just continue on this part. Next step, we get another 50% productivity bonus. We need to make these things and the triangles. Oh, that sucks. The triangles are made in assemblers and we only have the Mark II. So no 50% inherent productivity bonus on the triangles, only on the plates. So we can get a maximum of 18% productivity on those only, so that's a little sad compared to 86% productivity on those. Alright, how much do we need? Looks like slightly more. This eats up 3, this produces 2.79. We might still stay above 907 SPM. We are doing 950-ish now. Our threshold is 900 SPM. It actually works quite nice if I put this here. I can do sort of a direct input, I suppose. Can I calculate this? I kinda can. So we do 950 3 signs a minute, provided this gets its full 3 plates a second. So if we divide it by 3 and we multiply it by 2.79, because that's what we're actually going to be forking in, we should end up at less signs per minute. Okay, it's not enough. Oh, that's a quite big difference. So I thought we would be fine. Am I doing this wrong? Let me just check. Let me just test that. Throw iron in there. We also need tungsten ore. A lot of it. Okay, we'll get some stack inserters to do that. And size 5, alright. Infinity chest. Should have those on me, I don't know where they are. I do have my filters, but they're not in the filters. Alright. I don't know exactly how many I need, I'm just gonna give this all it needs for now. As well as the iron, and that should switch on all of those. And then we switch off this one. Then we reset it. Reset. Now we are no longer feeding in these things. We are feeding those live. So this thing should not be working all the time. Yeah, there is some shortage. So I can still not believe that this doesn't qualify. 883 SPM. Let's see if it's actually true. Speed up the game. There we go. Yeah, 800. Okay, yeah. Mathematics doesn't lie. We are not doing the 900 SPM we need to do. Yeah, what if we simply do this? If we make all of them work at the same speed. Now we do 2.79 signs. Let me just figure this out. I'll speed up the game so we can check it out. 2.79. I have 6 machines doing 2.79 times 60. It should be 1,000 signs a minute, but of course we're still underfeeding by the same ratio, so we divide by 3 times 2.79. And now we should be doing 934 signs a minute, I think. Getting attacked somewhere. I have no idea where though. Alright, 930, I suppose, 4 signs a minute. It might be the space platform getting destroyed. Space platform got demolished, that's fine. Okay, this is okay though. So we could do direct input for those. Okay, we're not designing. We are seeing what we need. We are figuring out what we need. We are actually done figuring out what we need in terms of this. We just need to figure out how much ore this takes. It appears we need 36 tungsten ore a second, which is more than a red belt. It's a red belt and a little bit. We need to fork in 6 a second. We don't even need any fancy inserters for that. We can just swing it in like such and be done with it. And then we just need to mine slightly more than 2. Slightly more than a belt of tungsten. Is he really not going to research? You can replace a production module for a speed module. That is what I do not want to do. I want to make the most out of the resources I have available, which requires going full productivity module. I'm not really looking to line up the ratios at the cost of resources. I'm gonna want to make every tungsten and every piece of coal on this planet do the maximum amount of work when it comes to science, because I need literally 1,000 times as much of it to make any progress for any technology, like 1.5 million science packs. I'm not even sure we can make that out of what we have available here, so we'll see how that goes. This one is 900 normal solar panels. Oh really? I suppose I can still do this. Oof. 217 megawatts. I don't know if the ratio day to night is the same. A solar panel here does 240 kilowatts. 900 solar panels, yeah, you're correct. But if you also need to charge the accumulators, I think that's the same. We need almost 50% more, so that's 1300 solar panels. Just to power the part we have now, and we have only done one of the 2 ingredients. I think you need less accumulators to get through the night, but because the day is also shorter, you have shorter time to recharge those accumulators. So if the day to night ratio is the same, you will still need approximately 50% more solar panels. Just like you do in Norvis, I suppose. Okay, solar panel starts to look less attractive already. How big is 900 solar panels? Okay, let's just assume we can do a full chunk of... let's just place some down. I do have a blueprint for that. The one we used to place manual. This game one over here. That is 20 solar panels. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's 500 solar panels. You know what? Let's try that out. We'll do. We will actually build 1300 solar panels and some accumulators. And if I'm right about this, that should be the same. So I can simply delete this. It should stop working at night then. Let's check science. Yeah, science is still okay. Speed up time. It should get night pretty soon. But there we go. To 0 science. And then the solar kicks in again. Alright, so let's build an arbitrarily large accumulator bank real quick. It doesn't really matter how many accumulators, it just matters can we charge them all up to full again. Oh yeah, we don't even need a substation. That is 100 accumulators. Let's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a lot less than a Norvis. Let's just see. So currently production is bad. Low power. Need slightly less accumulators. Slightly less only. Let's see if we can figure this out. Now we're just looking at the day-night cycle here. Alright, so now we have too many solar panels. Because before the solar panels start going down... Oh, I don't have enough accumulators though. Okay, so before I do anything else, maybe you're right. We need more accumulators than I thought. 3, 6, 700, 800, 900. You are saying 72% of the solar panels. Roughly 936. I have 900, let's see. We should still run out of power then. We are getting to full. Everything is full. Alright, solar panel declines. Dead. Yeah, I think you're dead on the money then with your 72%. That surprises me that it is that many. 936. Okay, let's do 36. Just for the signs. 936. We do need to start from a charged up position. I don't think so. I guess I'll just watch this. Speed it up. We do get to full. We are full now. The accumulator power. Incredible. Incredible. That is some precision there. The ratio is exactly correct, 72%. We didn't hit the bottom there. We got a little bit of fluctuation going on. We exactly charge up everything. There was a fraction over there. It's better to be a bit higher. Okay, that's interesting to know though, 72%. I think we'll go 75, just to be safe against the fluctuations. We also charge up the accumulator slightly before we start taking power again. I do have 936, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah, 936, 1300 panels. YouTube stream failed. That's not good. No, we didn't. Alright, it didn't. Then it's probably on your end. XXRD, XXDX. Steam engines for the night. Yeah, I think that is a good point. Steam engines for the night will be worth it instead of additional solar. Will it though? That is going to be pretty massive as well. We don't need boilers, we already get the steam though, so we just need steam engines. 900 kilowatts. Suppose we can get uncommon accumulators to halve them. Or rare ones to like cut them in 3. These do not scale that good with quality. They are about a megawatt each, so we can say we need roughly 300 of them to get through the night. Which is that is more space than the accumulators will take, I think. We're gonna make some demolisher unhappy. I don't know, that looks like a bigger area than the accumulators will take, especially given that if we go up in quality, we'll only cut steam engine area by 25% per level, but we will basically halve the accumulator bank if we use uncommon accumulators, because they have double the energy storage capacity. Okay, steam for the night is then... we can also use less solar for the day, that is true. That is true, we can use less solar for the day. I did not build in your territory. You have no right to be angry. This is the chunk, this is the border. This is the border. I am not in your territory. Go away. Okay, he's going away. I'm not in his territory. I'm not in his... I know you all want to see it. I'm not in his territory, except this power line is. This power line is in his territory. Oh, there he goes. Now he's angry. Look at that. He's gonna destroy that power line. Oh, there we go. He took out the power line. And this is just collateral damage, I suppose. Right, it's really that tight. You can exactly build up until the chunk border and he won't mind. But build one tile over and you see what happens. Now he's happy again. He's going back to whatever he was doing. Okay, that's a pretty big area though. So solar, I think the infrastructure is going to be roughly the same. Solar plus accumulators with quality, or solar with steam for the night. It's not going to be majorly different. But that is a pretty large area already. I'm deleting cliffs now. Should have unresearched that technology. This is just a local thing. Fine. Where's my global superpower thing? Alright. This kind of works. Let's look at the triangles and see what kind of pain they bring. Because we only get 18% productivity on those. And we need to produce a lot of them. Now that these are all working the same speed, it's also way easier to calculate what we need. We need up to 27 of them. Actually, no, not quite, because 27 was doing 950 signs a minute. So we need like 26 at least. Let's go with 27. We can be a bit under. Let's go 27. One of these does 1.13 a minute. We need to. These have a bit bigger problem in terms of forking in resources, as the machines are much smaller. And it looks like we also have one side covered by pipes. We could do something like this to get more surface area for inserters. What does a single beacon do? A single beacon brings it up from 1.13 to 3.7, so more than tripling the production. Because we go from a negative 20% speed modifier to a positive 160% speed modifier. That's pretty crazy. Now we need to fork in, if only with one beacon, we already need to fork in over 6 pieces. Of ore a second, which is 6 inserters. We also need to fork in another 3 inserters worth of carbon. And we need to spit out 3.7. It is going to be a challenge. We need to spit out 3.7 triangles a second as well. Is it even possible? Let's see how many inserters do we actually need. If we take the good ones. We could actually just test it out. That's the ore. Just passing by. We'll make carbon. Pass by. And sulfuric acid in a pipe. Instead of calculating it, let's see what's actually going on. And then we need to output discs in chests for now. Is it working constantly? That is the main thing here. It is. Probably should use infinity chests here and just delete them. Alright, so now we just will delete inserters until it starts not working all the time. Start with carbon. So 2 carbon inserters is still enough, 1 is definitely not enough. Okay, now it's not working all the time. So 2 for carbon. Now we do the same. 4 inserters keep up. And 3 inserters. It looks like 3 inserters keep up. 2 inserters definitely won't keep up yet. Back to 3. Does this number go up? It does go up, but we are picking from a full belt here. The latter ones will be picking from a less full belt. This is pretty much dead on, apparently. It takes quite a while to get the head start, and these always immediately find something on the belt, whereas The ones further down the line, they have gaps in the belt, so they might have some breaks in between. I think it's safer to go for 4. What about output? Output is a bit trickier. We will see this number go up. 2 is fine. Okay, 1 is not fine. Yeah, now it blocks. Alright, so that is what we need. This time we didn't calculate it, but we just did it by testing. It does mean we theoretically cannot copy filters from the editor extension things to the not editor extension things. We could technically do something like this. And then a belt of carbon. That is nice and horrible. Since we do not need that side over there, we can actually place these next to each other. We can make it even more horrible. We are not designing. We are designing, aren't we? Yeah, let's just admit it. We are definitely designing. If 2 outputs can keep up, can they keep up on a belt though? Ooh, yeah, they should keep up on a belt. The hand size is only 1, so they will be able to drop it immediately. And unlike this input, I think they get into a rhythm for the output, where they just find the right gap and then the pattern just keeps continuing. Ah wait, no, I cannot, because we have the pipe here. I cannot put 2 outserters on this side. Okay, then we're gonna have to spread those out a bit, I suppose, if we want to do that. That means the carbon gets less annoying, perhaps. I don't know if this counts like less annoying, but it is something. I don't think we want more speed beacons on these really, that just makes them way too fast. It's already a little bit of a horror show as it is right now. I don't like the setup, it sucks. Can we just... No, we cannot. We don't have space there if we put those next to each other. Maybe we have enough with... Let's just see how much tungsten ore we actually need for this before we decide anything on the input. Maybe we don't need 2 belts. I just assumed 2 belts here. We need... We can see how many discs we are consuming, can we not? This is production, but consumption should be constant. We need 1500 discs a minute. A little bit more than 1500 a minute. We are currently producing 446. So we need this set up 3.5 times. 1500 a minute. It's 25 a second. 25 divided by 3.7. There's indeed about 7 of these. Alright, then we're gonna make it symmetric. I can literally just bring that back in if I really want to. That might look the least bad if we do it like this. I still haven't figured out how many inputs we need. Alright, we know we need 1500 a second. Yeah, we're gonna need more. 1500 triangles a second. It says it gives me 3.7. But we need 6.28 ore inputs. So we need 2500-ish per second. So that's more than a red belt. It's like a belt and a half. And carbon is half of that, apparently. So that's more than half a red belt by itself. This kind of works then. It kind of works. Alright, how many discs come out again? 1,500, right? That is one belt of discs, so we should be able to... This is one assembler too many. Isn't it not? Yeah, it is. But, you know, symmetry. Who cares about UPS when you need to care about symmetry? Could be as simple as doing this. We can also just do that thing again. So we output half on the bottom and then just bring it out here. So now we feed those in the triangle thing over here. Delete the triangle thing and that should still work. Kind of feel we should put this on a belt as well instead of direct input. Kind of feels not right. .79, huh? What about these slow inserters? 484 degrees a second. Is that going to be fast enough? 484. We have 2 inserters. We need to output 2.79 plates. How many inserters do we need? If this is... I don't know what this means now. Let's just test it out. I think it's possible. I think it's exactly possible. I almost threw away this game. They're not keeping up. I don't think they're keeping up. Yeah, output full. We get output full message here every now and then. Literally every now and then. We'll probably stay above 9. This could be the way to lower science production on this planet to 910 or something instead of 930. Let's try it out. It is dumb. Hasn't stopped me before. Looks like this time it will, because there's no way to switch this to the other belt side from here. Ah, we still have the bottom side to output as well, actually. Oh, we can totally do something other dumb thing. Like for instance this. Yeah, we are designing. There's no way we're going to do all 3 planets tonight with this approach. Alright, and then we just join that together. That should do. We can keep the big cluster of red inserters at the top there. And we just feed that in here. Right, this one in the bottom, I suppose. I'll just continue through the beacon then. Even. That should do it. Alright, let's reset. Speed up time a bit. Control Z. See if we get up to the same SPM. Yeah, it does appear so. 934-ish. I do not see the plates back up on the belts just yet. Okay, that guy is not angry. Alright, we are limited by these anyway. Yeah, we are limited by these. These can do 950 signs a minute, but that's only 934 or something. So we should not see those back up on the end of the belt, but we do see a nice flat science graph. So I think this setup is perfectly fine. And that's all the tungsten ore. What do we need to make then? Sulfuric acid? No. No, we don't. Sulfuric acid we just pump from the ground right here. That is literally not a step. The other step is carbon. Carbon is made in a chemical plant, alright? At least it gives us 3 productivity modules. And that is where all the coal... okay, I see. That is where the giant coal requirement comes from. So we can see how much carbon we are consuming for a minute of science here as well. 1280, let's say 1280 a minute. Or like 22 pieces a second. Import carbon from space. What is the ratio which carbon chunks spawn around Vulcanus? I think you make that sound way more easy than it actually will be, but let's investigate anyway. There's the planet. we do not get information on the asteroid chunks. That isn't the code though. There is... I think we can still see it. We need the space routes map. Space map. We just check out like this one. So this is Novice. I know Novice has a 3:2:1 chunk ratio in oxide carbonic metallics. You can see that as well on the start graph over here. So if you look at the end graph over here, that's way too clustered to see anything. It does look like it's about the same ratio though. With metallic being the most common around Vulcanus as well. Yeah, we should investigate this actually. I think we should. Because as we just saw, coal is actually going to be the limiting factor. We have tons of good tungsten patches, but no good coal patches. The best we've got is this. It is 1.2 million and 1.6. Which is... and these are tiny, so not too many mining drills fit on there. This is a big patch, but it's a starter patch. There's hardly anything under there. Alright. Give me 1 second. I think I know exactly which file that is in. I looked it up when I did the space platform stuff. Space age data. Space age again. Prototypes. Entity. No. Space. There's got to be space somewhere. Planet perhaps, yeah. Asteroid spawn definitions, there we go. So on Novice indeed 3:2:1. On Vulcanus the ratio is 5:2:1. So 5 times 5 metallics for every 2 carbonics for every 1 oxidic. I don't know what the total asteroid spawn around Vulcanus is, but it means the ratio of... we're gonna get like 2 in 8. A quarter of the spawns are gonna be carbonic. Here on Novice it's 2/6, so a third. We cannot simply... no, wait, this is gonna be way more complicated. Because... let's add this on Vulcanus. So I cannot simply build a version of the platform I had before. It's not exactly the one we need, but let's just put it in there anyway. It already will get broken while I build it, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not, apparently. Alright. We got big asteroids here, that's a problem. So we got to destroy those asteroids, so my initial setup doesn't work. Unless I bring... unless I defend the entire thing with gun turrets as well. These do yield like 6 pieces though. It might be possible. That takes a bit more time to set up than I currently want to do. Does that delete the entire arm if this breaks, or what is gonna happen here? That's actually minor damage. But we cannot catch the chunks unless we shoot the asteroid, so... yeah, this thing is just gonna get wrecked all over. It only does like 70 damage and only to the belt. Oh no, there it goes. That is the end. If that happens to one of the things, the entire arm falls off. Alright. There is no stopping that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That is a lot of work to set that up. Oh, this is gonna be beautiful. Let's speed it up a bit. I mean, the bells have quite a bit of hit points apparently. They are taking all the... They absorb all the damage. Yeah. The space platforms though, they hardly have any hit points apparently. So yeah, we cannot simply set that up. If we get a similar spawn rate of asteroids to Novice, but instead of half the asteroids only a quarter are good. This makes 20 iron ore out of the metallic asteroid. The carbonic yields 10 carbon chunks, that's also half. So it's half of half. Get 2500 iron, but that's because we smelt it. We get about 2200 iron ore, I think, on our Novice platform. So we would be getting half of that. Which is about 500 to 600 carbon from a platform this size. Which is, I don't know, is that good? 500 to 600 carbon? Let's delete it again. It's gone anyway. 500 to 600 carbon. Looks like we need roughly 1300 carbon. So one platform could do half. You know, I don't have the space platforms up anymore. It looks like biters are on again. We could... No, we cannot. I was thinking we could crush the... We could use the carbonic asteroids from Novice and just send those over here. But I can't, because you cannot send stuff between space platforms, unfortunately. And there's no way that that space platform you just saw is going to fly to another planet. That is just not going to happen. Alright, I'll think about it more. I'll think about it a bit more during the week. For now, I think we're just going to ferry in the coal. So how much carbon do we need? Like 1300 carbon. We can calculate how much coal we need then. 1300 divided by 0.88 multiplied by 1.39. That's roughly 2k coal in minutes. That's slightly more than one red belt. I suppose just use a double coal spawn on here as well. Another sulfuric acid pipe. We're gonna put a beacon on there as well. Somehow. 5 coal a second. And 3 carbon outputs. And we got a sulfuric acid pipe to deal with. We could get 4 on a single beacon if we do this. How many do we need? 3.2 carbon a second. Each of these does 3.2 as intake. So I need 2 copies of this. If I can eat out all the resources. Okay, the input is quite easy again. It's literally just spam the inserters. Again in map mode. That should keep up. Now output though, 3.2 a second. We only have space for 2 inserters here. Is that fast enough? Does appear so. This is way too many. Actually, we might be able to get away with just 3. Okay, we are. No, 2 is not enough. 3 it be. And we need a red belt of carbon as well, so halfway. There's gonna be a switch again. Okay, that was pretty easy actually, so far. I think this is the last step for Vulcanus signs. And then the tungsten, of course, we just mine that, right? You get that straight off of these things. Yeah, okay, just to confirm that you don't need anything for that, just put a mining drill on there. Wait for the demolisher to come and destroy. Okay, this one won't care. It's not in his territory. It's in this guy's territory. Okay, so we just mined the tungsten. So that's the last step then. So now we have officially got this is the official amount of buildings we need to make the setup. We can probably use less beacons. You know, it's 2 beacons with 4 modules. I think I'm fine with separating this out. We could try to like plop this onto here. It would work. I mean, I don't necessarily need the correct speeds on all of these things, but it kind of looks eh. Oh, we need we need to output on the same belt as well. Okay, it doesn't work. This setup is fine. This setup is perfectly fine. Let's compactify it just a little. I'll line these things up nicely. So that's the illegal spawns. This is the make the science pack disappearer. We got more illegal spawns over here. This is just copper and iron. Alright, I didn't do copper and iron. Should I do copper and iron? I don't think so. That is a triviality, no? How much copper are we zooming? Okay, let's reset. Reset. Up. Speed it up. Science specs come rolling down the belts. Pretty soon we're back up to hopefully 930. Something is off. I messed something up. Something I messed up. What did I mess up? I see what I messed up. So yeah, we definitely need more than one belt of coal, as you can clearly see. That's dumb. Alright, now we should go up to 900 SPM pretty soon. There we go, there's the bump. Okay, now we have a belt buffer of all other stuff, so reset again. I was gonna say, how are we doing this? But the science assemblers were just waiting for the carbide and the tungsten plates stacked up. So here we are. This is our true needs. Now, how much copper are we doing? 100k molten copper and 5k molten iron. Okay, that's a stark contrast right there. 33k sulfuric acid a minute. How much is that per second? 500. Okay, 550. we had a great source up here. Maybe not this one. It was like this one, I think. This was 590 at the beginning. Of course it will decline over time, but one of these pump jacks is enough to supply sulfuric acid for 1k SPM. That is insane. Right, is 100k molten iron a lot? That's 1600, let's say 1700 a second. Molten copper from lava. Right, so this is machines we do not need productivity on. All that this consumes is calcite. Calcite's, even in 1000 times science cost, is basically infinite. The thing is it's not that we don't need 1000 times more calcite than in a normal playthrough, and this entire patch would be worth 742 calcite flat out instead of 742k. 742 calcite will finish, that we will run out of this patch. It's not that we don't need 1000 times as much calcite. The problem is we also need 1000 times as much coal and tungsten, and those will run out way before calcite, which means we need to get access to more patches, which means we're going to get access to more calcite in the process as well. So calcite is still not a thing to worry about, as the rate at which it runs out will be the rate at which it runs out compared to coal and tungsten will be similar than 1k science. Than one time science cost default settings. The thing is just tungsten and coal are gonna run out 1000 times faster compared to default settings. That is our problem. The calcite is not the problem. Okay. So that means we don't need to go super high power on this one. So we can actually check now how much power are we using at the moment. 240 megawatts, right? 232 megawatts for the science setup. Of course, I did not set up rocket production. You can actually calculate rocket production as well. Let's keep it simple. If you make 1000 science per minute, and 1000 science can be launched per rocket, you also need to make 1 rocket per minute. Which means we need to make like 40 blue chips, 40 low density structures, and 40 rocket fuel per minute. Which is not nothing, it's not negligible, for sure. But it's, I think it's way less resources than the science pack will consume. Not really interested in setting up the rocket production just yet. I'm just looking at the science requirements. It actually does sound like a lot, 40 blue chips a minute. But I suppose we want EM plans for that. I think we really should do like a quick dash to either Vulcanus or Fulgora and then do a quick dash to the other planets so we can make use of the big mining drills, the foundries, the EM plants and the recyclers at the same time. And possibly also redesign Norvise with those things, as that's going to be a huge resource save for Norvise as well. Especially if we can do like casting copper, right? Where are we? Can I send calcite on a spaceship to Norvise and then just have cheap copper there? Molten, I think that's a recipe. Copper ore melting. Alright, so 50 copper ore becomes 750 molten copper with the productivity bonus. We can increase it even further if we want to. Let's just take the base rate for now. What can you make with 750 molten copper? How many copper plates? So 20 molten copper makes 3 copper plates with the productivity bonus. 750 divided by 20 times 3. Okay, let's do times 2 times 1.5. This is with the current productivity bonus, we can turn 50 copper ore into 112 copper plates, I think. If we use productivity modules in this, we can get even more. I suppose if we use productivity modules in this, we can also get even more. We can technically get up to over 170 copper plates on 50 copper ore if we ship calcite to Norvise. That is almost like free copper from space before you have... That's like the... We have free copper from space at home version of asteroid... advanced asteroid processing, I suppose. But that is a combined over 200% productivity bonus in copper. Maybe that's the plan. Quick dash to Fulgora, quick dash to Vulcanus. Maybe we will set up the science here because it's fairly easy. Take out the demolishers, 4 belts, 3 or 4 belts of tungsten, a little bit more than a belt of coal, and that's it. Just we gotta try if the Fulgora thing works. If we can get the modules from there. How many modules does this even use? Like about 120, 130. I suppose we could get the total number of modules down if we do more speed beacons. But I think we are pushing the limits enough on our inserters as it is. Yeah. But 130 modules, is that obtainable on Norvise? I don't really think so. Okay, we will need a couple more, I suppose. Let's say we need 200 modules, because we also need to do some other stuff here. That means we need 1,000 rare blue chips to make those modules. And 5,000 rare red chips. I think that is not feasible to get from Norvise. If I convert a full chest of green chips, I got a bunch of those. If we convert a full chest of green chips, that's 9600 green chips, to blue chips with quality modules. They take 20 green circuits a pop. So we got 480 blue chips out of that, of uncommon quality. But we'll put quality modules in the assemblers. Let's say, yeah, we've got assemblers now. That is bad, because currently our best quality module is 3.2% for the pair, which means a full chest of uncommon green chips turns into a whopping 15 rare blue chips, plus a bunch of uncommon ones. That is 3 modules per chest. This doesn't sound very feasible to throw all our stashes of green chips against that problem. In a survival situation, sure, we could probably do it. But I think we should try to figure out if we can do a FULGORA recycling thing. And I think I want to do that. I don't think I want to figure out FULGORA science right now. My brain already starts to get sidetracked, or like turned into mashed potatoes a bit. It was not even that hard to set this up, but all the calculation is getting to me a bit. It's easier with EM plans. 9600. It's also easier with quality module Mark II. We could get double basically for 30 chips. 30 rare blue chips per chest of uncommon greens. If we get EM plans, the changes. We get 480 results, but we have productivity bonus in there inherently. So 720 results, and it has space for 5 module slots. Which means 8% quality. That's about 55 to 60 rare ones. If I can get quality module Mark II in rare quality, that's even 115 blue chips. That starts to sound more possible. Are you planning on using the LDS shuffle as soon as you can? No. I really dislike that way of I mean, I know it's the by far most powerful way of doing quality, but it's also completely like breaks the... It's kind of a sequence break in Factorio, if you ask me. That being said, we can only do rare quality for now. It's going to be forever until we can do legendary quality. That requires some serious progress. Basically anything beyond rare quality is post-end game content. You will get to the solar system edge much easier than you can make some legendary stuff. LDS shuffle under 300% productivity is it is just slower, but it works just the same. Just upcycle asteroids until you get the carbonic ones that you need. Then you turn the carbonic asteroids into coal with that GLEBA technology. And you got your quality coal. For that you make quality plastics, etc, etc. Low density structures, and then you got steel and copper and yeah, you will need to invest plastic into the loop, but that's not such a hard thing to do. I'm not gonna quality rant again, but in my opinion, legendary quality should require a huge amount of resources, power and time. And it should not be something that you can trivially make by what is the current meta, basically. Which of course I understand why people use it. I'm not against people using that. I just think it's kind of not fitting for the game. And I do not really need... I mean, it's nice if you go mega basing to go full legendary quality on everything. Because then it starts matching for the UPS, but we don't have those kind of problems. And for me it's much easier. I mean, I could make rare science assemblers here and we can maybe scrap 2 of them. But is that really worth it for me? I don't really think so. Like the modules and the beacons, they have a great effect on the builds. But simply faster, better quality foundries. The only difference is literally they have a faster crafting speed, which means you save a little bit of power and you save a little bit on the amount of modules you need. For every 10 normal, for every 16 normal ones, you could get away with 10 rare quality ones. But then you have to consider the cost of getting rare quality foundries as well, which requires quality tungsten made the hard way. So while it's probably worth it for the mining drills, which do have an actual immediate benefit of basically making all your resource patches last 50% longer. So from twice as long to thrice as long, difference from uncommon to rare. Am I in your territory? No, I'm not. So that does definitely have a benefit to have a rare quality of these straight away. But this is just okay. You need a couple less plants and a couple less modules and a bit less power. But for the rest, not really that big of a difference. It doesn't save you resources basically. Rare quality pod mods just blatantly save you more resources compared to lesser quality pod mods. That's why we're going for these. But better quality foundries basically don't do anything for the resources I will need. And it's 1000 times science cost, so my base is 1000 times cheaper. So it doesn't really help me too much to put another 60% cheaper multiplier on that. Then my base will be 1600 times cheaper instead of 1000 times cheaper compared to science progress. So don't really care. Yeah, power on Vulcanus is not going to be as trivial. It looks like my best option is really solar. Solar and accumulators. Probably normal quality solar and uncommon accumulators, because those are easy to make. But it's easy to ship though. Rocket capacity 50, that sucks. Rocket capacity 50, that sucks. I do have a lot of these on RVs. But yeah, it's the pain to me. And wait, we literally pump up sulfuric acid from the ground here. Making batteries should not be too hard. Yeah, just iron and copper from the foundries, and then just add batteries from the sulfuric acid you pump up. So it's pretty trivial to make accumulators here as well. It's a lot harder to make batteries on Fulgora if you need them. If you need to make them, because it's a royal pain to get sulfuric acid there, I believe. Because you need to pump heavy oil, then you need to make water from ice cubes to crack the heavy oil into light oil, into petroleum gas. Then you need to make sulfur somehow from that petroleum gas and even more water, and then you need to make that into sulfuric acid, and then you can finally make your battery, something like that. There's a royal pain in the behind, but here is quite easy. Alright. That was the Novice setting. Now we just need to know... We need molten copper from lava. This thing produces 93 a second. How much did we need again? This consumes 300 a second times 6. So So roughly, let's say 1800. What was again? That was over here. $100,000 a minute. $1,700. All right, 1,700. This is about 100. And it is free. So what I really want to do here is I'll just throw in 3 efficiency modules to get minus 80% power consumption. And call it a day. And then just stamp this down 17 times. There is no more pipe flow limits. I suppose we have 5 module slots. We could try to see if we can do better. I doubt I want to waste rare quality on this though. What is easy to get? Is it even worth it? Okay, let's say we put 1 simple speed module in there. Minus 67% power consumption. Alright, so better quality speed modules actually do not change the energy modifier here. That is good to know. But here we're already getting into the rare territory. What about uncommon Mark IIs? Together with some uncommon efficiencies here. That's minus 80. Minus 44. Okay, so we're basically exactly at minus 80 if we do this. Is it worth the, what, 39% speed boost? I don't think so. I think we'll just do this here. That is cheap, easy. A couple extra foundries in base quality is not really expensive at all. That basically looks like you can simply do this. We need to vary out all the stone. But we basically just do this. And that is our molten copper. And molten iron was like 1/20th, so probably just a single molten iron thing is okay. $93 molten iron. Second. They're like 5.4 a minute. 5,400 a minute. Should be able to do that from the top of my head. It is 90. So it's literally 1 iron thing. Can supply for that. Let's try that out then. Then we just need to feed that molten lava. And we need to, I guess we need to vary out the byproduct of stone and feed in some calcite. It's actually not insignificant amount of 10 stone per second. Okay, I definitely do not want to speed up these machines. This does 15 stone. 10 stone. Oh wait, it's under the influence of the beacon. Okay, we gotta put that away a bit then. Okay, 4 stone a second. That sounds better. That could be stone. This is going to be calcite. We'll just do this for iron. Calcite. You can see how much of an expert I am by how long I need to search in the menu for calcite. Alright. Live production. Okay, then let's just again reset and see if we get up to 900 SPM again, 934 I believe, with our live production of iron, molten iron. Yeah, we're there. Okay, we go over again. I think that is because these arrive too slow. We make the carbon, then that goes in here, then that goes in the sides. Meanwhile, this already backs up. So we go over 900 signs a minute, but we should drop down pretty fast after that. So yeah, it looks like literally one molten iron maker without any modules whatsoever can keep up for 1k SPM on Vulcanus. That is insane. Well, technically 900 something SPM, but it will be 1k SPM after it goes through the labs. Alright, so these consume 83 kilowatts. No, 500 kilowatts plus the minimum. So let's say 600 kilowatt times 20. That's 12 megawatts for adding this iron and lava production. It is not much at all compared to what we are using. So 250 megawatts just for the science without rocket production. I suppose rocket production is part of the it. I don't know if I really want to figure that out right now though. Yeah, we do not need the 7th one. Maybe the symmetry stuff just has to go. This is really what we need. Alright. If I think that... This is why I do most of this stuff off-cam, because it's really a lot of testing. Now it's fairly simple, this testing. Because I can speed up the game a lot. That is why we deleted Novice and everything. Okay, this should drop soon. Why is it not dropping soon? I think it's dropped already. Yeah, it's dropped already. Alright. Hello, Demolisher. Oh, those guys look weird when they go fast. Holy moly. Alright, I think this can be saved. That is 1k SPM Vulcanus complete. You need to get rid of stone. You can toss it in the lava. This actually might be an argument for purple signs on Vulcanus. To get all the stone byproduct for free. Could have a look at it after the entire thing is up and running. How much stone do we get from this? If we truly need this amount, yeah, we do truly need this amount of copper. That's 18 times 5 stone. That's like 2 red bells of stone which are coming out of here. That's not enough for purple signs at any decent rate, I don't think. But then again, we also need to make the rocket part, and nothing says we cannot make more stone by just... Can you throw away like lava or stuff automatically? I don't even know. There's no venting pipes or something which lets you delete fluids, right? You have to manually delete those. So that is not gonna really work. Just because it's the only way to make stone on Vulcanus, as far as I know, is just get it from as a byproduct from melting copper or iron. I think for purple science we will need more stone than we get as a byproduct. So probably cannot make it at the rate we want to, but we could actually just make all of the stone into purple science and then just supplement it with purple science from somewhere else or something. Make copper and throw it away. Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah, we can cast the... we can do Vulcanus the wrong way then as well. We... I can already see everybody. I can already see the YouTube comments. If I make copper from lava, then cast it into copper plates, and then instead of tossing the stone in the lava, we toss the copper in the lava because we want to keep the stone byproduct. Oh man. Oh god, no. Ah, recipe cancelling. Yeah, that is actually... yeah, you can get rid of foods that way. Wait, can you? I think the fluids go back into the reservoir if you cancel a recipe. Like, let's do that. There's like 20 sulfuric acid in there. If there is space in a reservoir, when the recipe gets cancelled, the 20 sulfuric acid will go in this pipe. So now the 20 sulfuric acid is in here. If this pipe is already full though, that it will disappear. But if there's space in the reservoir, it will go back into the reservoir. I don't see why that would not hold true if you use the circuit network. So now it goes back in here again from this pipe. Ah, okay, let's how do you do that? Set recipe. Okay. It already spit the fluid back out. Triangle disk, where are you? Okay, now the fluid goes back in. There might be a way. I'm not saying this is the only way to do it. But to me it looks like as soon as the circuit network changes the recipe, the fluid also goes back into the pipe. Not if you use a pump. Aha, I see. Can you flip pump? Then I don't think I need to know that right now. Right, so now this fluid is in the pump. You cannot see it in the network, but there's an internal buffer in the pump. Yeah, that probably will work. Okay, so now the fluid is in this thing. It will not go back into this pump, for sure. Will it go back into the pump if it goes the other way though? Let's first check that, because that seems the most likely scenario. Cancel. Okay, no, the pump is empty. The fluid did not go back in the network. Alright, so we will be able to delete this 100 fluid by continuously setting a recipe and unsetting it. If you do that 5 times, it should be empty. I see. Useful to know. There, it's gone. Alright. That could actually be a useful way to just get rid of the fluids. You can do that really fast. But you can do it like 30 times a second, right? On, off, on, off, on, off. And the pump will just Especially if you have large numbers which can go in there. That can be pretty fast. Doesn't kind of feel right to do it that way though. If the pipe is full of something else, I guess it also just will disappear. Yeah, we're just planning at the moment. Just figuring out where we want to go. I think we did enough science stuff for now. I want to try and make a... Let's go in part 2 of the stream. I will take a short break though. A couple minutes. And after I will be back, we're gonna set up some... We're gonna try to see if we can, at the low-tech level where we're at, with Mark 1 quality modules and no fancy stuff, if we can set up a somewhat efficient quality upcycler with belts, not bots. Like I said, low-tech. We do not have the the good chests, the logistics network. I think I gave myself that. Let's unresearch that. We don't have the requester chests, buffer chests, and active provider chests. We also don't have fast bots. We don't have cargo size. We don't have nothing. So can we do a belt-based low quality upcycler which does produce us the like couple hundred of modules we'll actually need? That is the question. I think I should uninstall the, or like deactivate the random songs mod now. The track still switches from planet to planet after a couple seconds. A Kilo Interlude 3 we'll get now. I'll listen to Space 6, a nice spacey track. Alright, here we got science. I'll be back in a couple minutes. 3, 4, 5, I'll be right back. Alright. Yeah, I did forget about that. If we go to Fulgora as well, we'll have recyclers. So we can throw away anything. You can throw away anything on Fulgora by recycling it. You can throw away anything on Vulcanus by tossing it into the lava, I suppose. Only on Novice you end up with chest and chest of stuff you don't need. I suppose you can blow it up with by shooting it on Novice. But that's not automated. Ah yeah, Fulgora gets... Let's wait till later I read it. Fulgora gets batteries from scrap recycling. How I understand it, you will need all of those batteries to make science packs though. Both, I don't know what the hard bottleneck is, holmium ore or batteries. But I think it was pretty close. Alright, let's jump into part 2. I don't want to do this for Fulgora, I don't think. Not right now. Fulgora has a way more complicated science system. Let's just see if we can put the building blocks down. First of all, clean the inventory. Okay, we need to clean everything. We need a way larger chest. Oh, I need these infinity chests. Alright. Not these. Right, finally. Inventory sorted. Suppose now we need to add some stuff. Mainly recyclers and EM plants. Probably just standard recyclers. I don't see that we need to go for better recyclers, as they are just faster. We don't need quality EM plants either. They just work faster, but don't have any extra bonuses. They don't have any extra resource saving bonuses on top of that. Alright. I think we also want some legendary lightning towers. Lightning collectors, just to get rid of the... Those things have a huge range, man. Holy moly. Alright, let's first explore. Find a good... we need to find basically a island where we have some space to build and which also has some scrap to mine. As much as possible, really. So it's gotta be not one of these islands, because there is no space to build. It's gotta be like one of these islands. This looks like a double island actually, which is connected. That might be a good candidate. 360, 440, 610, 960, 1060. There's more than 1 million scrap on this one. Let's mark it for now. Let's look around a bit. Most islands look like this. 300, 500. This is a decent island as well, but it's a much smaller. Then you have the big ones. Those have hardly any scrap on there. We do not have the... We cannot really push the... We cannot really push resources with the bot network this time, like in the new player experience, because we don't have the logistics system. So we cannot active provider chest or requester chest or buffer requester chest stuff. We only have the passive provider chest. We can set filters on storage chests, but we cannot actively send this out. So we cannot even bridge a small gap. That is what I'm trying to say, because underground belts don't work under the oil ocean, and you cannot build belts on top. 27. This is a pretty sizable landmass as well. You know what? I think this is actually pretty decent start, to be honest. Let's go over there. It doesn't need to be perfect. We just want to try some stuff. Let's delete. Okay, not the cliffs. We won't have cliff explosives. Let's just unresearch cliff explosives. Okay, that way we cannot delete them with the map editor. Alright. Right. What is a realistic amount of scrap we can mine? A red belt, maybe? Like, I think this has the shorter mining time. We won't have big mining drills if we go here first. So the best I can do is rare mining drills from Northeast, I suppose. These do mine half a resource a second. We gotta put these lightning collectors up a little bit. Those really have a large area, just so I can build in peace. Or my stuff will get destroyed. As we design it. Okay, half a resource a second. But scrap has a mining time of 50%. That means we get 1 resource a second. We have mining productivity 2. That means we get 1.2 resources a second. Which means a yellow belt needs 12.5 miners, and a red belt will need 25 mining drills. How many fit on a patch? Quality. Yeah, we're gonna put quality in there. That's for sure. Okay, that's 33 miners, so we can get roughly a belt of resources out of a patch, I suppose. This is bigger. I think I'm just gonna... This is too much setup. We're just gonna simulate that with big mining drills. So big mining drills mine 5 times faster. 2.5 a second is 5 scrap a second. With productivity it's 6 scrap a second. That's 12. $18, 24, 30. That is 30 scrap a second. That's a red belt of scrap already. So it's not gonna be 100% fair, but I think it's okay. And then we just put, I think we'll have uncommon Mark 1 quality modules on us when we arrive. We can make these as much as we want. Our miners will fit only 3 modules. So I'll simulate by just putting 3 modules inside. That gives us a almost 4% shot at quality. Okay, 4 drills this way. Other 4 drills that way. And that should be together like 1 red belt of scrap, I think. I cannot simply spawn in a belt of scrap because I want to have the 4% quality on the scrap already. I want to go as quality as possible. I don't know, this might be a trap. This might be not a great idea, but we're gonna try. It might be not great. Quality, okay, quality on Fulgora will be a huge mistake, is the last comment. It might be in a normal run. Let's try to make something happen. Alright, so then, if I remember correctly, if we recycle scrap, we get 60% of the results out of there. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not gonna count, but this is like 60% results, right? We cannot put productivity modules in there, so we were not going to, but we're gonna put quality in there as well. Let's go uncommon as well. We gotta do the global power thing again. Okay, this already starts to work. We'll fine-tune that as we need later. This is an actual test, I suppose. There's 80k scrap in there, so... this thing scraps scrap at a speed of 2 scrap per second, which means we need 15 scrappers. A second, which means we need okay, we're gonna build this for 2 belts apparently, so we'll need another mining patch that does a red belt. Let's set that up as well. Let's go up here, I suppose. That should be the other belt of scrap. I should be able to mine that. There's patches on the other side as well, so I think 2 red belts of scrap actually is not crazy a lot for this island. And then we gotta do something like that. We cannot power that though. It is powered now because we've got a global power. I think we gotta leave some space for actual power lines when we actually build it. Output belts. So we get 1.2 red belts of output, right? I'm gonna try to avoid using circuit network. I haven't researched it yet. I think we gotta go something like this actually. Output on the other side because we need to. It doesn't matter which quality scrap goes in where. I don't really think so actually. We got 1 too many anyway. Oh wait, this is for 1 red belt. If we do 2 red belts, this tower is going to be twice as high. Then let's be a bit more space conservative. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 32 scrap a second. We get 60 scrap a second in. This should fit on half a belt then. Right. Now we gotta do the magic switcheroo. Something like such. Alright, so now I got 32 scrappers, where I need 30. That's okay, because I think sometimes some scrappers are not going to be active when they are switching between normal scrap and quality scrap that doesn't stack. So I think it's okay to have 2 extra to keep it going. Before I actually connect that, this is already kind of balanced, so that's fine. We're gonna have 2 red belts of output. I will make it so that every piece of scrap can go on every piece of every belt. So that should be something like so then. I did not copy the power lines. Alright, so that should be okay. I think we can test this now. Fulgora scrap experiment. Then I can read some more chat telling me this is a horrible idea, and they are probably right. But you know, if you always follow what other people say is right, you will never discover anything. So we're gonna be stubborn. I'm gonna reload here if I use up the scrap. I just want to see how this works. Let me actually just use editor extensions mods to trash everything. Just to see how the flow works. We can reload anyway. Alright, here is mistake number 1. Say I if you spot the mistake. RIP. Still no fast inserters. No. How did Vulcanus go? We'll just switch over to Vulcanus so we don't need to look on that mess. Vulcanus is done. At least the science part is done. Looks like we need... I didn't actually check the resource requirements. We are consuming 3 belts of... Wait, do we? 1800, 3600. Looks like 5 yellow belts. So 2.5 red belts of tungsten ore, approximately. Can I do math? I don't know. 4740 divided by 1800. Yeah, 2.6 belts of tungsten ore. Slightly more than a belt of coal. That's it. And then some sulfuric acid, and that is made into over 907 signs per minute now. We did not set up the copper and iron from lava because calcite is basically infinite compared to the other resources. The rest is kind of working. It's not as big of a setup as I thought it would be. We got only like 120, 130 expensive modules in there, so that is nice. This is a pretty small setup. I think Fulgora is going to be bigger though, so now I want to find out, can I do early scrap recycling on Fulgora to get me my modules? Since there we get the blue chips and red chips for free and higher quality, basically straight from the scrap mining. We need only 1 iron melter and about 18 copper melters, but we did not hook those up. So that is the Fulgora initial result thing. Right, let me now reload that. You didn't see this part. We were talking about Fulgora still. Let's try doing scrap recycling on Fulgora now for the second half of the stream. Right. Let me save here then. We will add the tips again, just to see how it flows. We can add the tips after this then. Just the tip. Only for a minute. I'll save here. Alright, so we got 2 chances for quality already. You can see there's quality scrap on the belt. That has a chance to become a quality red chip. And even the not quality scrap has a chance to become... the quality scrap has a bigger chance to become a rare quality chip already out of the bat. So if those hold 2 results in a row, that's going to be quite nice. Let's just look at the mix flowing by a bit. Try to spot the rare blue chip. I didn't see one yet. Compression is probably not helping either. Okay, did we already produce a rare blue chip? Yes, we produced one. We just produced one. It should be coming by any moment now. I'm not seeing it. I think we already missed it. I always miss it. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. I see it. It is this one. We got the rare blue chip. It is right there. Hidden behind the battery. There we go. So it works. Experiment. We're done. It works. Okay, we're not done. One chip doesn't tell us much, obviously. Okay, so this does produce a mix of every possible scrap result in all 3 qualities. So now we have 36 different results to deal with, and we have no bots. We have no logistics network, so that's gonna be fun. I think we're just gonna start with some classic power of tower design. What are the results even from scrap recycling? Let's first make the design. We know that iron gears are in there. That's the most common result, I suppose. So if this comes in here, iron gears, I think we can do something like this. And then we can go for the next one, and this can basically stack a bunch of times. 12 times, I suppose, or 36 times. Alright. Our goal, what is our goal? Our goal is to get as much rare quality stuff on this island as possible. I'm not going to recycle anything that is rare until I, basically like a novice, until I know what I need it for. So if I get a rare productivity module Mark 1, I'm not going to recycle that. I'm not gonna straight up craft rare productivity modules from rare ingredients just yet. I think I want to collect all the rare blue and red chips, which come from the scrap recycling. And then any modules I have, I can just use the straight up rare quality ones to make the ones I am missing at the end. So I think I do not want to fully... I don't want to fully automate making rare base ingredients into rare chips. What I want to do is I want to try upcycling the common and uncommon ones into the rare Mark II modules. That is the first goal. So maybe then I should start by actually not filtering off an ingredient, but filtering off anything that is rare quality. And just putting that in some chests, maybe on top of the stack or something. Alright. That also means, can I really do this? And then put a filter on here, then put a filter on here to say any quality. So quality 1 and 2 will both be picked off then for iron gears. Quality 1 will come out here, quality 2 will come out here. That basically sorts everything. Quality 3 goes in here, quality 1 here, quality 2 there. And this just goes some other direction. To the top. Right. We're gonna need to do a bit of cheating. Just to see what kind of amounts we get. We need a good infinity chest. Pretty big stack size. I'm not gonna remove items. It can flow through, but it will also just stay in the chest. So for now, let's do this. This might work. Okay, what kind of results do we have here, and in what order do we want those? We gotta stack this basically 12 high. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then we get 24 belts of stuff out of there. I think this is a trap. But we are too invested now. Got another bit of scrap over there. I suppose we'll just plop a mining drill on there as well. Trying to mine up everything. Looks like I'm ignoring this scrap patch. That's fine. It's just a tiny bit anyway. We got better ones. In fact, let's delete that. Okay, there's no scrap here. There never was. At least this is a bit cleaner now. Alright, let's try if this works. So this is basically just pop of the flop. Nice and copyable. Let's not use this yet. I'll just put that to the side a bit. We do need to get the results. I kind of want to group it in how I want to use it though. So let's first pick off anything useless. Like, I don't know, ice cubes, solid fuel, all that kind of stuff. Holmium ore, I suppose. Holmium ore is not useless. I suppose we will use that to make... which filter did I set now? None, apparently. Holmium ore. I gotta have the list. I don't know what results there are. Can I just have the list open without having my inventory open? That would be very nice. Okay, here we go. Holmium ore, low density structures are used to build the rocket. Processing units are used to build the rocket. Yeah, solid fuel is used to build the rocket, together with ice cubes as well. These are also used for modules though. Modules. I guess this is all what is used for modules. Know about copper cable. This is... I don't know. Let's do holmium ore first. What is next? Maybe solid fuel. Ice cubes. Ice cubes. I cannot interact with this and keep this open, that's a bit annoying. Concrete stone. Isn't stone used to make holmium? Wait. Quality... Quality holmium ore is not a thing. Because you first need to make it into a fluid. If you get quality holmium ore, that just means you have to sacrifice quality stone as well to make it into the same basic fluid. That is kinda annoying. Alright, then we're just saving the rare quality holmium ore just for the memes. Let's collect a chest of rare quality holmium ore. For the museum. It's useless, yeah. Man, that is... I was already thinking, oh yeah, and then we can, you know, make better quality EM plans and all the goods. And no, it's absolutely useless. That is annoying. So we don't really need to sort it as well. We'll sort it anyway. Okay, holmium ore is definitely first. Stone? Maybe we do stone second then. Ice cubes. We also need water, right? Stone second then. A logical order. Holmium and stone with some water becomes holmium solution. Water with fuel cubes becomes rocket fuel with the oil cracking. Okay, that's the logical solution for the first four. One, two, three, four. Gears. Let's start at the other end. Low density structures is a rare one. We need that for rockets, so it's best that we just simply cut it off somewhere. Blue chips then be low, because we also need those for rockets and for modules. I suppose we don't really need them for rockets right now, since this is a quality upcycler, but eventually we will. Then it's red chips, because red chips with blue chips makes the Mark II modules. I suppose copper cable could be under there. If we need to make more chips for something. If we need more chips, we also need iron, so maybe iron gears under that then. How far are we now in the list? Why can I... It would be nice if this could just stay open. Can it stay open? Is there a button? Alright, so what did we miss? Steel, batteries, concrete. Steel, batteries, concrete. I think that's it. Headers and iron gear. Steel, batteries, concrete and iron gears. I guess isn't concrete and refined concrete an ingredient and a lot of stuff these days. Heating towers, recyclers, if you want better quality of those, but I think the refined concrete is an ingredient in a lot of stuff now. Oh yeah, okay, so the foundries require refined concrete. So if we want quality foundries, we need quality refined concrete, which we don't have anywhere just yet. That might be a good thing. Also, EM plants require refined concrete. Cryogenic plants, biolabs, I guess suppose artillery. There's quite a couple things that require refined concrete, so maybe we should try to make some. Which means we'll put concrete here next to the water cubes, the frozen water cubes. Concrete. Then we got steel, gears and batteries left. Let's just put steel here then. I don't know what to do with steel really. Batteries and gears. Okay, we got our power of tower. That's step 1 of the mess. Suppose we can put some end caps on here to make it look nice. Now we just take this entire stack, flip it, put it on the other side as well. Okay, and that should be the first thing. Here we get then the 12 rare results coming on this belt. So let me put some super-sized chests up here as well. We got 12 results, so we can kind of make that symmetric. I doubt we're gonna get that much rare ingredients that I will need more than a chest, but you never know. So we're gonna set the same filters: holmium, stone, ice. There's gonna be a lot of filter setting on this planet. Let's just copy that. Then everything should be in rare quality by default. And I can just switch over, right? Okay, ice cubes, rare ice cubes. Does it even make sense to... What do ice cubes do? Oh, they're actually used in 2 science packs. Okay, space science, which of course we don't really need the ice cubes for. It is an ingredient in cryoscience though. The ice cubes, 1 lithium and a fluid. Wait, it's that easy to make like quality cryoscience then. Rare ice cubes. What is lithium? Lithium is just lithium. To make a lithium plate. Lithium. There's our holmium plates again. And 2 fluids. Is quality cryogenic science a thing? That might be a thing. And you also can throw 1,000 ice cubes on a rocket. Is that an intended? No, ice is the most abundant resource on Aquilo, I suppose. Quality cryos, quality holmium, and quality ice. Ah. You can only get it on Aquilo. Cryos, the easiest science to make quality, alright. Quality solid fuel, yeah, quality, I don't know what to do with quality solid fuel. I don't think rocket fuel has any of those applications. It's just like a higher top speed and acceleration, which, I don't know, might be useful, who knows, for the Fulgoran trains eventually, but... We'll just start collecting it and we'll see what happens. The rare quality filter is on there. Concrete, steel. Then we got gears, batteries. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. Gears. Batteries. Copper cable, red chips. Okay, I think I know the rest. Copper cable, red chips, blue density structures. There we got it. That's the sorting test. We don't need any filters of these because this is already 24 belts of recycled and sorted scrap. So I suppose we'll test again. Let's see how it goes. Okay, we're sorting scrap again. This should be a compressed belt as well. Yeah, I think it is. This thing is not mining all the time. Here comes the junk. Let's see it get sorted. It's just set to delete. But I really... not these ones. Alright, this one, this, okay. Just in time. There comes the first rare gear. it looks like we are pasting... I don't have any hand size, so even legendary inserters have only a stack size of 1 in my playthrough at the moment. Let me at least research stack inserters, then they'll get a hand size of 2. This gives +1 for the stack inserters, or bulk inserters. So they can keep up with the build. They're basically infinity inserters anyway. And even give them stack size 3 without affecting our inserters. This is the technology that gives our regular inserters 1 extra. Okay, but they can keep up with the gears now, so that's okay. So we're getting stuck for a bit. Right, so let's load that then. This time I'll do it before. Bulk inserter. Research that. I kind of want to let this run for a bit and just see what kind of amounts we end up with. So let's save here. I'm just going to speed up the game tremendously then. At this sorting facility. The red belts kind of match the red background here. It is something. Okay, the gears chest is still set to delete stuff. Okay, we have a couple extra gears. I think I saw 3 disappear or so. 4, let's put those in there. These are not set to delete right now. These are not set to delete. We haven't even gotten a single uncommon low density structure yet. There it is, there's the first one. Compared to the island size, this entire sorting and processing facility is actually not that large yet. How big would this be? Probably will not fit onto any of those smaller islands with the good stuff, or does it? 48 million. Ignore 1 patch. If I make it single red belt, what if I make it single red belt? We can halve the size. There's a reason for quality recyclers. It might actually fit on an island like this. At least this... no, no, it doesn't. We still need to deal with maybe not 36 products, because these we're just gonna keep, but we still need to deal with 24 products. It's not gonna fit. The main part of the base is gonna be now. In fact, I think I will just move this over to the side a little bit more, so we got some more space in here to do stuff. 24 belts of stuff, that's not gonna be easy to sort out. So how much we can put all on there. Then we can see how much scrap we have consumed and what our results are in terms of rare. 4 rare chips. Alright, we got the rare scrap counter here now as well. 30k scrap and 4 rare blue chips. Of course, that is just before the quality upcycling thing. So this is maybe not a good indicator. I think the first thing we want to try to get working is the module thing. So blue chips, red chips. We gotta scrap the blue chips to make green chips and more red chips. Then we gotta somehow balance that into a module upcycler, something like that. And that's gotta be done with belts instead of I suppose let's wait until this chest is full. We'll speed it up some more. And then everything will grind to a halt automatically. That is 10k iron gears. So this will now back up and that will block basically everything else from getting through. Pretty soon everything will have grinded to a halt. There we go. Production has stopped. Let's just lock everything in place. Alright. 10k iron gears. $55k scrap. Okay, uncommon, 200 rare scrap. With a 1% drop rate for blue chips. I suppose we can productivity module the... Oh no, wait. No, we cannot. Yeah, these things do not accept productivity modules. I was thinking we can maybe filter off the rare scrap. Prod mod the rare scrap. But that does not exist, so yeah, then there is no reason to sort it. So I sort of made an oversight there. Actually, I'm simulating the amount of resources on this island, but I'm not doing that correctly because I'm using big mining drills. My drills have 66% resource drain. These have 50% resource drain. So these give us 1/3 more. 2 resources for every one instead of 1.5. Kinda gotta maybe take that into account, but looks to be pretty okay. Okay, let's look at the relative fullness of the other chests. We kind of know what we can expect. So this is completely full. One line because it stacks twice as high. I think it actually has a 2% chance, right? From scrap recycling. Yeah, 2% chance against 1%, but it stacks double as much. So in terms of filled chests, it's gonna be about the same. Less than one line, less than one line, also one line. So we got 10 lines of gears, and for the rest we got all 1 line so far. 2 lines of steel, 3 lines of concrete. Okay, here comes the bulk. 7 lines of solid fuel, 5 lines of ice, 4 lines of stone, the line of chromium. Okay, so we got a little bit of a feel now for what the amounts coming out of this mess are going to be. How fast it's going to block up. Alright, so let's try to move that over to the side a bit more. Okay, since we're busy compactifying, this actually just fits on top of there, right? This literally fits in here. As such. Let's put that on top of this then. We can make it even worse. This splitter could be here. Compactify. That is maybe not a great idea because it is nice that it takes less space, but things also become a lot less flexible if you do this kind of compactifying. I do not think I have a way to power the inserters on the inside here from the outside. The best I can do is rare medium power holes. Okay, those do actually reach inside. So I can compactify that as well by quite a bit, I suppose. This could be this high instead. 7 or 8 tiles saved. think our problem is not really the y-axis on this island though. Let's keep it the way it is. Let's just try to move it over to the left side as far as it will go. Alright. That is as far as it will go. Diagonal bases for the wind. That gives us a bunch more space to work with. I think what I want to do is I actually want to flip these inserters. So the output on a belt again. But I think I'll just put those in when we actually start using the stuff. So I think we're ready now to start designing then. Let's save here. And the way we'll do it is we'll just try to make a blueprint from some stuff. We'll just switch it on. So we can actually see what's going on. And then we just make a blueprint of what we have. And we'll reload the save before we started processing. And that way we can just keep building out on the blueprint until we've got the entire thing complete. Hopefully processing away all of this stuff, because maybe not all, maybe like stuff like which doesn't get produced a lot of and which we don't really need to reproduce. Maybe like rare low density structures, that is not going to fill up anytime soon. These chests are probably not going to fill up anytime at all. With the exception of maybe iron gears. We do have some space to plop another chest in there or something, if we really want to. It does look like iron gears is going to get filled at least twice as fast as the rest. Maybe solid fuel blocks as well. Maybe ice as well, I don't know. We'll see. That is not our first concern. Our first concern now is this. We want to make modules. Right side is only single lane. Lane switcher broke when copy pasted. Ah, I see, yeah. Alright. How the heck did I break that though? Alright, let's load them to the... We didn't do anything yet. So let's load to the pre... That is a mystery to me. Thanks for noticing, because of course I don't. Yeah, we have bots, but we don't have the logistics network. 500,000 research, which is like 8 hours of 1k SPM. I cannot do wait. Oops. I cannot do scrap productivity, because that's like 750k for the first level, 1 million for the second level, etc, etc. Purple signs as well, including not even talking about EM signs. So any of those goodies, any of the busy therapy, a lot of these technologies are busy therapy for regular Factorio games. So you have something to research. Inserter stack size 6, sure. Laser shooting speed 7, yeah, why not? But here we don't have those busy therapy technologies. Just progressing through the game is our busy therapy. So we are not gonna get any of those nice to have upgrades. We don't even have fast inserters yet, nor stack size bonus on the inserters. Still have hand size 1. Which is why all these inserters are doubled. If we could also just compactify this if we had hand size 2. And we could place power lines in here. So if we do that, we can make a smaller setup. Right. Connected. We want to start working with blue chips and red chips, I suppose. Is there anything other that breaks down into useful stuff for modules? I don't think so. Maybe copper cable. But for that we also need iron, and then we need plastics to make red chips. Let's first see how far we get with red and blue chips and what actually the bottleneck is. So I'm gonna feed these out onto the belts. Alright, step 1. EM plant. Let's go somewhere far out, so we have a lot of space to do belt spaghetti. We need a module. Which module are we gonna go for first? I suppose the first module we really want to go for is quality module. Because if we go for Mark II quality modules... Should I simulate having Mark II quality modules in standard? Those are so much better than this garbage. Like standard Mark II quality module is 2%, whereas these are like 1.3%. The question is, will I research quality module Mark II before coming to Fulgora? Let's just try it out with the crappy quality. We can do then later another run with the a high sped up run and see what the difference is. But probably the first module we want to make is quality module. For the purpose of this test, let's make productivity modules. I think it's a bit different what we want to keep. So if we want to make Mark II quality modules, we probably just want to keep every result of Mark II quality module, at least until everything has a Mark II quality module. So we want to upgrade our mining drills and the recyclers, all of that. That is a lot of modules already in there. If we look at the total amount of modules, yeah, 180 modules or something. And it's going to be even more, because we will be using our Norwegian miners, so the mining drills will have 5 times as many modules. So 150. 300 quality modules will be keeping, regardless of the quality. For productivity modules though, I think we're pretty much only gonna keep the rare quality productivity module. We're not gonna make them, but that is the ones we're gonna keep. The other results we will want to recycle and put back into productivity modules. So the module setups actually are not gonna be the same for all of them. Speed then kinda depends on how the other designs are gonna look like. Here it looks like we only used rare quality speed. If it's hard to get these, we might actually downgrade to uncommon quality speed. And we'll probably just have to build 1 extra machine of every type. Does that really help us? We save 16 modules for speed, but we will need to make 8 modules for productivity. So kinda helps us a little, but not really that much. It's not ultra fine-tuned or something, this setup yet. We could do better, but this is kind of an order of magnitude kind of build. Back to Fulgora. So we do get some stuff to work with here. Start filling up. I'll make an exception for iron gear, since that was the bottleneck last time. Let's do a double chest right there for now. Just so everything keeps flowing. Alright. The first thing we want to make then, productivity module Mark 1. We immediately have a problem. I suppose we will take some rare quality modules to do the purposeful stuff. That gives us 8% quality. That is literally twice as bad as 16% quality from Mark II rare quality modules, but that is what we'll start with. Problem 1 is we need green chips and we don't have them. So actually, step 1 is recycling 2 chips. That is probably also worthy of rare quality modules, if we can get our hands on those. That is going to be recycled into a chest. Maybe if we're going to have a lot of wire conditions here, and filters and whatnot. Only if we have less than, I don't know, 400 green chips, we should be crushing blue chips. Something like that. Maybe that's already too much. Get 5 green chips per blue chips, so the first 40 blue chips will already be crushed. Okay, we get actually a good amount of those. From the 2 belts of scrap we are finding. Already got 7 rare ones in there. So for now that is just a straight line. Is this far enough out? I don't know yet. We can reset the build. Let's just simulate it. Here we go. I'm just gonna use long-handeds for most of my stuff. And let's use rare long-handeds on this stuff. And chests, I suppose. Look at me setting up my hotbar 250 hours in the game. Okay, this guy is definitely fast enough to keep up. Probably good with a regular insert then. You know, these give me more flexibility. We can place them one tile away, or we can place them against the machine. We can route other belts through. Probably a good idea to keep that space open. Let's use long-handeds as much as possible. So we are recycling into a chest. We already got some good results. Oh, that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Then we gotta take green chips out of there. Of quality 1. Oh, here we go. Filter hell is starting right now, ladies and gentlemen. Do I put that on a belt or do I put that into a machine? This makes 0.15 prot mods a second. If I make Mark IIs. It absorbs 0.2 a second. So it's not quite 1-to-1 ratio, but it's also not that far off. I don't know how many I will need to get rid of the stream of chips coming in. But it looks like there's a good supply of chips coming in here. Let's put it on a belt for now. Let's be as flexible as possible. Then we can feed that in here. We need red chips on this belt as well. I'm gonna just set filters on all the inserters. 0.5 a second, so I don't need rare quality ones here. We do have red chips already coming. I think we also need to recycle these actually. Can I just do... I can do this, can I not? Set. I'm gonna use standard inserters for as much as I can, because this is throwing me off. The inserter is quality 3, but the chip is quality 1. It just looks weird. Let's do that. If something is too slow, we can change that later, but that is just annoying. We want to... Can I just use this as a standard, and then I can... Let's put an inserter here, so I can copy and paste from this inserter. I think the most frequent ones I want... There's only 6 combos. Let's just put the 6 combos here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess there's 7 combos. There's one without filters. Filter 1. Filter 2, filter 3. Filter 1 and 2, filter 2 and 3, filter 1 and... That is not gonna happen ever. And all filters. I was wrong, there's 8 combos. There should be 6 combos, but... Are there 8 combos? I guess there are 8 combos. I'm just misremembering a number I thought I knew was true. Okay, so now I can easily just pick the one I want. In this case, 2 and 3. Plop those in there. And I guess I want to keep anything that's quality 3, so that is going to go into a separate chest. Somewhere. And this is different though. That still works. Okay, this can probably 100% sure. That is not 100%, but probably 100% sure we can directly feed that into this guy. We're not gonna get too many good quality stuff that this will be running all the time, I think. Yeah, I know I can set better then, which is probably useful when we have like 5 qualities. But for now I think it's more clear from a distance if the symbols are just on there and the symbols actually represent what they mean. Instead of having a tiny, larger than, or smaller than, or equaled, or larger than symbols on those things. I think it's more clear if we simply use the direct filters at the moment. I think I also said that one. We want this guy to stop if we have less than 200. Maybe even less, because these are more valuable. Maybe 50 electronic circuits. Will I need electronic circuits for anything else? Alright, let's output on a belt as well. Output these on a belt. We can still, yeah, let's prepare to split those off still. So we can take them out and do something else with them. This has got to be quality 2 then. So that goes like so. I think the rare stuff just gets left behind in this chest. I need some space to take out red chips as well. This got to be quality 1. Also, we just need to connect that to these red chips, I suppose. Let's just draw some belts for now. We want to prioritize these. We could theoretically get stuck with red. It's no matter where we get stuck, here or there. That's fine. These. Something like that. There's space to splitter this off if we really want to. I think we're ready to join these up. And we got 2 bells of module makers. So now we can actually lead this into here. Half a second, so let's keep the theory of maximum distance long handles for now. We can always compactify a little bit later if we turns out we don't need all that space. I can do this, right? Yeah, we can do this. And copy recipes from over here. Might be a faster. Alright, now we're making these. We are crushing. Okay, this is already all our red chips. And blue chips. So those will, yeah, we definitely will only need one of the uncommon ones. We might need more of this one though. That should be pretty easy to expand. In case we need to expand that, it's probably a good idea. If we leave ourselves space to do so. Let's just do this. I'll make 2 of those. Doesn't really help. We need to make like a 3 to 2 if we really want to do that. Okay, let's not do that. That's optional. An optional extension. So let's build this like so. Okay, there's a problem though, because we also might get higher results out of here. So we want to scrap results 1 and 2. No, that's not true. We just want to scrap the result 1. Oh yeah, we can actually do something like this now. This one in quality 2. Okay. This is gonna get messy, isn't it? Let's copy the filter so we see what's going on. Here we actually output result number 2. Just also copy these from over here. Result number 2 goes in here. Result number 3 has to go somewhere in a chest. I don't know exactly where yet. I'm using long-headed inserters all the time. If I just copy these filters on long-headed inserters, I can actually just copy the inserter instead of copying the filter. And, maybe even more revolutionary, I can keep both sets. Right. Something. Alright, now we also need the red chips into this bad boy, as well as some blue chips. It's probably alright to just not splitter this. Just bring it over. It also needs the red chips. So maybe red chips actually will need to get splittered. Now these are on the wrong side. Okay, that's the first set. I'm not recycling these. I'm not recycling these. Those go straight into there. I can only do that for this one though. This one cannot do that. Let's try getting the chest on the other side with the Mark III. They'll just go in there and they just stay in there. Then we can manually craft the missing ones we need from the rare blue chips, rare red chips, and rare pod mod ones, which we'll get. This probably has to go a bit higher. Then we can put result 2 in there, result 3 in there as well. Just in case. And this guy needs the uncommon chips. Let's make sure this guy has the chance to grab those things. It does not have to be symmetric. That could be that. It has to go to this machine. It's a long belt and there's so much buffer on these belts. I know I can go straight through, but let's keep a little bit of space. This goes here perhaps. And we're inputting more Mark II ingredients. Right, here's the kicker. We actually do want to keep... This is the one we're after. We are after these guys. That is what we really want to keep. Any good results we get go in here. We still need to do some recycling though. Where do we need to do recycling? This all gets used. Mark 1, Mark 2. Mark 2, Mark 2. Mark 3 goes in here, but we want to keep Mark 3, so that is fine. If we had bots, I would just transport those red chips to here. And maybe green chips as well. We would make some extra chests, but we don't have those just yet. Not the logistics networks bots at least. Actually automating quality, trying to, but it's probably a horrible idea to do that with belts. Okay, the thing is working though. So if this was quality module setup, I think this would be it. We would just keep all the Mark II results, at least for the... Till we got a couple hundred standard Mark II quality modules, which are going to be the bread and butter for our mining drills. With a plus 2% quality instead of plus 1.3 a pop. We have backed up. That is because solid fuel cubes, those are full. Okay, we can keep it going for a bit longer. We will just make a blueprint and then reset to the pre-full state, because we're also wasting a bunch of ingredients which are actually should have been ours. I have thrown away a bunch of like red chips by just deconstructing belts and whatnot. Alright, but this is not a quality setup, so I actually do want to recycle these things. Anything that is result 2, I want to throw into a recycler. That's what I mean, there goes to expensive modules, not foundry. Recycler. Not sure how to orient that. Do want to put the appropriate quality stuff back straight away. Probably means something like this. Let's flip this around. So our modules will be stored up here. We can put a light there as well. That is what we want from this entire setup. This is what we want the most. Let's use rare quality lights to illustrate the point here. Alright. So if it's level 2, we want to just trash it. Outcome mostly level 2 ingredients, but sometimes it's level 3. If it's level 2, we just put it back in the machine. If it's level 3, I think I'll just sort that out. It can stay in there. Let's not go overboard on that. Alright, so here we got the first one. So if I collect these, we can combine those to make more rare pots directly on demand. If the gambling sequence is not successful enough. For those rare red and blue chips, those can be used for all 4 types of modules, so I don't automatically want to turn them into stuff. I think in this case I do want to sort out the Mark III quality stuff there. So I can see if this thing is actually empty. Alright, so this is actually kind of working. How about this guy? This guy's got same-ish problem. Alright, we're gonna kind of have a problem. This is no longer a thing. Maybe we can situate it between here. Really know where to put it. We're gonna have more recycling on this side, so. This is very ugly. Alright, it does not need to be necessarily in one chest, right? We can do this. We can figure out where they go later. Let's try to fix recycling first. Because this is gonna have more results than I would want, I think. So probably I want to actually maybe move this guy over here. And do this instead. Can recycle results 1 and 2. This guy can put back result 1. But in this case we also want to output result 2 in this chest, I suppose. Let's throw this down 1 further. That doesn't work. Kinda does. Okay, results 1 go back in here. Whatever is result 2. Can go in here. And whatever is result 3 stays behind in the recycler. Can put it in a chest again. That should account for every possible outcome, right? Ish? I also need to rare to be able to filter from the top one. These ones. Hey, Doge is here. I'm not even looking at the Chat. Fulgora? No, we are not actually on Fulgora. No, we are actually on. We are actually on Fulgora. See, this is just a search window. See this search icon? It's a mod. Oh yeah, we're trying to figure out if we should go to Fulgora first. If this works, I am considering it. And look, we just made our first rare quality productivity module. Holy moly. Things are working. I'm just doing this with the crappy Mark 1 quality module still. But if I go Fulgora first, I probably want to research quality module Mark 2 before actually going on with this. What are we testing? If it's a good idea to go to Fulgora first. I want it to be a good idea. It's not a good idea. I want it to be a good idea. So I'm trying to convince myself. We just set up 1K SPM on Vulcanus earlier in the stream. It was surprisingly easy. This is all you need for 1K SPM Vulcanus. It's literally like 3 bells or so of tungsten ore and or like 2.5 bells or something. I don't remember exactly. A little bit more than a belt of coal, and out comes 1K SPM of tungsten signs. That was pretty easy. So now we're figuring out, can we get those nice modules from Fulgora? Right. Wanting to go first is enough reason. Maybe. In real life. Alright. Okay, this setup is stuck, so let's go through with the plan. I'll just make the entire blueprint, save it in the library, and then we'll load the save before we started scrapping. And we should be able to just paste it on top with no problem whatsoever. Especially if we force blueprint. This time it didn't break. And now the difference is we've got this working from the start, and we will not be wasting any resources from that. Each minute sitting in editor mode is 1000 science progress to space exploration lost. Yeah, but if I go to the wrong planet first, that is literal dozens of hours wasted, I think. Maybe it really doesn't matter as much. Let's speed it up a bit. See what happens. Okay, this thing is spinning. These chests are the two which matter. We're gonna get so few. The chance to get one is so low compared to the amount of scrap we mine. I don't think we get a significant enough result just from a short test mining session. You know, if you mine 30,000 scrap and you expect about a 50% success rate at the, then you will have about 15,000 good results, maybe 14.5, maybe 15.5. You can say, yeah, it's about half. But if every 10,000 or every 20,000 scrap yields one productivity module, you can mine 100,000 scrap and have exactly the 5 results we're expecting. You can have 0 results after 100,000 scrap, and it doesn't mean anything because the variance is just too big on such a. For how smaller the chance is, how bigger a sample size you need. We need to do millions of scrap, and then we get a couple hundred. Then we can say, okay, it kinda is on spot. We got 2 though. We got 2 so far. I just want to see if it deadlocks at some point. Oh, we got more even. We've already got 6. Holy moly. Let's see how long it takes for it to deadlock now. This is almost full. Okay, we're about to deadlock. We have 20k gears almost. 20k gears now it deadlocks. Okay, all of this is still going, so that does tell me we are not consuming fast enough. We have blue chips, we have red chips a lot. So we need more production basically, so I gotta activate these things over here. Let's do that. It's not a fair comparison yet. I cannot say we got 20k gears and we've got 9 modules out of that. That is actually not bad for the crappy Mark 1. I mean, we haven't mined up a patch or something. We just mined up... How much scrap did we mine? 100k scrap got consumed. We've got 1 million scrap on this island. We will have rare quality normal mining drills. We got 1.5 million on this island. We get 15 times the results out of this island alone. We're not done yet here. And we will be upgrading to better quality modules, which should more than double the results I get, since every step is going to have more chances for quality, I think. So we are looking at basically making this part of the build then. That means we need these to go to this thing as well. I'm not sure how to do that. I think we'll just do this. Not create something. Like this. Enable these feed in here. Results 1 and 2 get recycled. This thing was already working. I think this is enough already. So let's wait for this backlog of red and blue chips to go away. Then we can see if red or blue chips are the bottleneck. Let's speed it up. FPS on there. We go 2k FPS almost. 800 blue chips remaining, 600 red chips. It's gonna be tight. Looks like red chips are gonna be the bottleneck actually. That's good, I suppose, because we're gonna need some blue chips to make the rockets as well. To launch the modules back up in the sky, and myself and some equipment. No rare module outserter for the new plant. That why is it stuck? No, not yet stuck. But you are right. It just hasn't made one yet. I do want to make those into a single chest at some point. It looks like red chip. We are out of red chips now, so that means this thing will stop. That's the end of it. We get any more? 8, 13. I'm counting 13 rare productivity modules. That is honestly better than I expected. I'm gonna get... I have the infinity filters on. Dang it. I cannot just switch it off like logistics invest. We can export it. Copy. And I can just delete everything. I better paste that somewhere first. I pasted it. Notepad. Alright, so now I have nothing in my inventory. That is the point. Right? So now I can collect all my rare stuff. Rare. There's nothing here. Here. Because we will also have a straight up module maker without these quality modules, I suppose. Because they cannot come out as higher quality. Let's throw these away. I got 19 of those. But we also got some green chips here. Also rare quality. Not all. Which means I can also straight up make some rare Mark 1s if I need to. Right? This gets me productivity. I cannot insert more productivity, so there's no point really. So I'm exactly on the threshold where I'm missing one red chip. No, I don't. I have red chips here. I can supplement those. Make modules. We're gonna get 24 then. Keep it up. Okay, 25. Good. Unfortunately, I do not have the missing blue chip here. Or I do. Alright, so I can make a couple more. 6 more. 7 more. And then I'm out of stuff. I don't have rare green circuits anymore. I guess we could make rare green circuits from copper cable and like... Yes, looks like these are set to remove. I just delete it. We can also crush batteries for rare iron. So we could get some more, but let's just say we get 20. That's a nice result. 20 rare productivity modules with crappy modules out of 100,000 scrap, right? 100,000 consumed scrap. There is 1 million scrap in the ground. We have rare quality normal mining drills. There's 1.5 million scrap in the ground. Which means this island should net us by itself, even if we do not upgrade the quality modules, we are expected to get roughly 300 rare quality modules out of this. That is insane. That is way better than I expected, to be honest. I thought this was a mistake. Let's be honest, you thought this was a mistake. As well, I see this now as being a viable idea, honestly. This island will net me... So it gives me a reason to go to Fulgora. I can make the modules I need here, because I definitely cannot make the modules I need in Northeast with the quality setup we got there. We just straight up need to pay the enormous cost for everything. I mean, we've been producing tens of thousands of blue chips for the rocket launches, and we barely got enough to throw like a handful of rare pots in like a temporary purple sign setup. So there's no way we're gonna get enough out of Northeast to make rare quality modules for all 3 other planets. Why are the modules crappy? Because they're the Mark 1 qualities. Quality module Mark 1. So normally you have a tiny gap to level 2 module and then a big gap to level 3 module. That's the way for speed and for productivity. 4%, 6%, 10%. Here's 20, 30, 50. The gap is huge from 2 to 3 and the gap is relatively small from 1 to 2. Quality modules are very different. These give 1% quality. These give straight up double 2% quality chance. So you get, if you just have one quality step, you get twice the amount of rare products out of there compared to having just the Mark 1 quality module. So if I would be using Mark 2s, I would definitely be getting double the amount of quality modules basically. And probably more because there's more steps. I'll get more quality scrap, which gets recycled into more quality ingredients, so I will have straight up more qualities in here already. I will have a higher percentage of higher quality stuff here, which is going to keep this machine more busy. This machine will have Mark II quality in there, so we're going to straight up give this everything. Let's just test it out. Okay, I got 20 now. With the greatest effort, I could make 20 of them. 20 rare Prot 2 with Qual 1. So the upgrade from quality 1 to quality 2 is a huge deal. And to finish off the story, then the upgrade from quality module 2 to 3 is actually very disappointing, from 2 to 2.5%. So we get a relative 100% bonus going from 1 to 2, and then to go to the super expensive Mark 3s, we get like 25% more powerful. This is like a quarter the jump compared to the first jump, which is weird. Alright. So we load again the pre-script setup. Now we're just going to upgrade all modules. Let's be honest, I'm not going to go uncommon Mark IIs. They are just going to be straight up regular Mark IIs. Let's make an upgrade planner. So we'll upgrade those to straight up normal quality 2s. Those we can make at will, basically. And we will pretend that the good... I forgot to make the blueprint. I did save separately. Oh god, I did. Okay, let's load first. The other one. So this is now my blueprint. I guess it's gonna take slightly longer for this chest to fill up, but we can still see the amount of scrap consumed. The upgrade planner. So we can make these on demand, but we cannot make uncommon Mark IIs on demand because of the blue chip requirement. So we'll upgrade from 1.3 per module to 2.0 per module, basically making them about 50% better. There's no other downside to upgrading quality modules, so that's good. We will, however, pretend that we have upgraded the rare Mark 1s to rare Mark IIs already in the first round. And that we are now working on the productivity setup. So that's going to be the deal. Okay, the process is starting already. Stop that right now. Alright, we'll be a little bit behind, but that's fine. Upgrade planner. Does that work? No. I think it also doesn't work for map mode. Yeah, the module upgrading is not instant. Stop that. Stop that. I'll reload that. I can just cut the belt in editor mode. That's the wrong one. Editor mode cut unsuccessful, but still we have prevented stuff from going in there. Okay, so why doesn't that work? Is it a setting? I think so. We'll just manually upgrade them then. Okay, we already have some scrap on the belt. I suppose that is our loss. Right. should be straight up be able to upgrade these. Right, and then all of the rest has the good ones. We got 20 in the first round. Let's see what we end up with now. Qual 2 test. Let's go. Speed it up as fast as it will go. We'll wait again for these chests to block up. That should be approximately the same amount of scrap like before. Upgrade the blueprint. Ah, that would have been the idea, yeah. Yeah, big mining drills come from Vulcanus. We're just simulating. That's why there's 3 modules in there instead of 4. We're just simulating the quality chance get from the Norwegian mining drills. Are trigger technology, but do require 1,000,000 signs for the planet unlock. How are we doing here? This chest is full. We got 2k in here. 8 modules. It's not going particularly great. But this is deadlock somehow. I'm literally forgetting to recycle these. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. We can still finish the experiment. We just got to recycle these. Apparently, I failed to do that. How the heck did this not gridlock in the first session? Must have been... Oh wait, I just, yeah, I put it on there later. I've got no result 2 output. The result 2 output actually should just go into this guy over here. We don't need to recycle that. Just need a belt for now. Need to be careful to not delete them. That should do. Now these are going again. So we need to wait again for these chests to empty out as well. We might have gotten extremely lucky on the first run. I might be extrapolating my 20 modules a bit too hard here. Only got 11 at the moment right here. 13, 14. Yeah, like 20, a result of 20 over 100,000 scrap is not an extremely reliable result for those chances. This is almost backed up now. Just gotta wait for these to empty. We also got to make the rest again. We got 18. Meeten is weten. Yeah, that's the Dutch proverb. It's like the equivalent for the English measure once, saw twice, or something like that. Or the other way around, measure twice, saw once. Looks like we're about done. We didn't get any more good results from that. Okay, 20. Speeding out from chest still. That's gotta be about it. Experiment complete. As soon as all these machines stop turning. Alright, are we done? Still recycling. This guy is still having some red chips. Just want to make another turn. Do we get another hair one? Those are stuck at 22. I think I can start stuffing. I'll do this again. Alright, my inventory is empty. This time we got 22 straight up instead of 13. It's actually not that much better so far. Let's pick up all the rare stuff from everywhere. Is that all? I think that's all. And then these and these. Then we can make this. It's a lot more. Gotta keep some to match up with blue chip as well. Okay, we should not just spend all of these. We can start on this one as well. Just keep at least as many red chips in here as blue chips. And put the rest in here. And we'll see what will run out first. Let's speed it up again. Oh, we're gonna get a much better result from the quality 2. We're gonna need to spend some red chips to make Mark 1 certificates out here. So ideally, I would get at least one more craft in here for the double productivity bonus. Are gonna be lucky, I think. Yeah, we can do this here. That gives us plenty for another double craft. That's basically double. I don't know if that's representative. I think we should get slightly more than double. On the other hand, the quality in the mining drills went up from basically from 4% to 6%. And this went up from also by like a factor of 1.5. 1.5 times better, 1.5 times better, and then this section is 2 times better. So I think the multiplication of stacked quality kind of cancels out because we didn't really double this part and double this part and double this part. Just double this part, and these are times 1.5. Still though, that is 40 modules out of slightly more scrap. We did start with a bunch of scrap on the belt though, which was mined by lower quality module scrap miners. I'd say about double. That's roughly double, 2 times 20. That is what we got out of it, out of the same sample size. If that is representative, then we should be able to get like 600 Mark II modules out of this island. So between 400 and 600 modules, depending on how fast we switch over to quality. Of course, the first batch of modules we are going to be reinvesting into the quality setup, and then we can switch over to making pod mods. But that is easily the entire setup for Vulcanus mined from this single island. And actually, you can think of Fulgora is different than Novi's. Right, we got literal expansions on the plane now. It's different from Novi's because on Novi's resources run out. You can say on Fulgora resources run out, but it's simply not true. I guess on Novi's resources don't run out too, but they run out in your available space. Then you gotta take on the biters. Here you can just, when this is done, we can pick up this build. We can just plop it down on the next island and just mine up the scrap over here. We don't even need to wait, we can do multiple builds simultaneously at some point. And there is no downside, you just empty it out. You can just leave behind the chests of garbage, which you don't need. Are we full on ice cubes, or is it just a coincidence? Looks like it's a coincidence. Ice cubes is exactly not backing up the entire thing. Does that mean ice is... What's the chance to get ice? Yeah, ice is a quarter of the percent compared to steel, but they stack only to 50 instead of 100. So it kind of makes sense that that is the same time that is reached. But this is pretty much exactly the same time. No variance at all. Alright, so ideally we build this out a bit more to also get rid of some of the other results. But I think that's already decided then that going to Fulgora first is not a bad idea, at least. I don't know if it's a great idea, but it's not a mistake, at least. If we can get this done already, we can convert the concrete into quality refined concrete, and most importantly we can gather chests and chests of useless quality holmium ore. These chests are just not going to fill up anytime soon. Even the gear chest just is like 5 rows right there. I think we will do artillery on GLEBA. I think I'm gonna make an excuse for exemption. I think for GLEBA. GLEBA is not biters. I suppose once we get the hands clean, we have the green card to nuke the green planet with artillery. 11 enemy, I just don't want to deal with them. I don't know how much pollution we're going to be making, but it looks like the bases which absorb it are pretty close by the things, and expansion is on GLEBA as well. I know you can disable expansion by landfilling, but I don't think there's enough stone on GLEBA to landfill all the expansion chunks. There are tons and tons of them. Basically all of them. Not all of them, but there's not just a couple expansion chunks, there are a lot of them. There is the red guys over here. Okay, this is an expansion already. Maybe not, maybe it's not an expansion. Tesla turrets, okay, Tesla turrets are a problem though. That's like 1.5 million yellow signs. I don't know. We need to figure out a similar sign setup for Fulgora as we did for Vulcanus. It's gonna be way more complicated though because of us getting all the scrap. So I think I'll just prepare that in Excel or something. Just calculate out all the stuff before actually trying to figure out how much belt of scrap we need to make what we need. We can just maybe try a little bit. Save. This is the Qual2 test for the rare P2. That means 600 for the island. Test. Okay, so the Fulgora first thing is at least approved at this point in time. I'm gonna go back to before we started mining. Let's paste the blueprint. We'll delete this one. Pop down this one. Alright. So We'll save that here then. Because the blueprint is built now. Save another one. 877 because we're gonna have a quick look at science at least. We'll go to a different island for that. See if we can figure out something. Is there a big patch of land available somewhere over there? I think this should do. We'll give ourselves glyph explosives again for this one though. Glyph explosive, and then we can just delete all the glyphs. It's gonna look a bit weird, I suppose. Yeah, it looks very weird. Glyphless oceans everywhere. But yeah, we are just here for the science. Even in editor mode, you cannot get around the lightning. Alright, so this area is now safe. Look at those. The lightning actually just hits only the towers. Every lightning that is supposed to hit over here is now hitting one of the towers. That's a pretty cool visual. Alright, science. I suppose it's made in an EM plant. It is. Right, this is a complicated recipe. 2 fluids. We're gonna go with rare pots again. One of these does 0.19 a second. We need, yeah, we need like 16 a second. So that's pretty slow. That means we need 80 of these. That's even more than on Vulcanus without beacons. That means we definitely want beacons. Speaking of beacons. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked already. Speaking of beacons. What is beacons? 20 red and green chips, 10 copper cable, 10 steel. We got a lot of steel and copper cable. Got a lot of steel and copper cable, but the problem is I'm already using red chips. Already is the bottleneck for making modules. So if I gotta split that over modules and beacons, that is not gonna be great. And on the other hand, I've got a lot of steel and copper cable on Northeast to make beacons. I can even just save my red and green chips on Northeast to make beacons. How many beacons go in a rocket? 20 per rocket. That's not too bad. We don't have that many beacons. We have a lot of modules, but not that many beacons. 14 beacons. 14 beacons only, huh? Okay, that's barely anything. I think we can make the beacons on Northeast then. And the modules on FULGORA. I gotta switch off the play any music on any planet soundtrack now that we're actually planet hopping. Because now it doesn't make any sense. Right, no beacons then on FULGORA. We want modules on FULGORA, but beacons on Northeast. Okay, we're getting somewhere, I'm figuring stuff out. I think we just want to beacon this up as well then, because... now it does 0.9 a second. It's 4.5 times as fast with just a single beacon. What if it's 2 beacons? 1.19 a second. So that is really a big difference. So it's basically 0.2 a second. becomes 0.9 a second. With 2 beacons it becomes 1.2 a second. So it's 33% more for the second beacon. I don't know what the most cost efficient way is yet. So if we do 0.9 a second and we need about 16 a second, I would say we need about 18 of these plants. So we can just do a 1 beacon per plant setup, approximately. So 18 times 0.9. 16.2, that is basically 1k SPM. Times 60, sorry about that. Yeah, 972 signs a minute. So that would do, that is one option. What if we choose a higher beacon density? Can I make it so that every is affected by 2? I ideally want all of them to be the same speed. These are all the same speed, except the last one. Okay, now we got 1.19. How many would we need then? We had 972, so let's take that as a benchmark. This was doing 972. 1.19. This is approximate, we don't need the exact number. 14 then. Okay, so this also would do, this would do more. So what is the module count here? 102 versus 90. So this is cheaper in modules, which is what we care about mostly. The modules are the expensive part. The rest is all like cheap. Okay. What if we are just gonna go full beacon? 3 beacons per thing. I want them all to be the same speed. Now we got 1.42. So again, 972 because we're going to use the same, divided by 60, divided by speed, 1.42. Then we need 12. Then is the question, what is the module count on this, guys? So we had 102, this went down to 90, and now we're at 88. Okay, this setup wins. Looks like this setup wins. 88 modules. And we can actually fork in the stuff we need here, because we only need 1 supercapacitor and 1 accumulator per science pack, and it has a 10-second crafting time. So we need to shovel in 0.73 accumulators and 0.73 supercapacitors. We can even do that with unupgraded yellow inserters, so that is not going to be a problem. That does mean actually we need less than half a red belt of each, so that is going to be fairly easy. Okay, let's delete this. This more better. Can reduce the beacon count. I suppose I can. I cannot get away with 13 blue. We can probably get rid of the edge beacons. Those really don't do a lot. And the speed of the other ones is gonna fade a bit. It makes calculating for the upcoming part a bit more difficult, because now I can just take 12 times 0.73 accumulators. Okay, this amount. How much is this actually doing though? 1.42 a second times 12. 17. What if it's 11? Can I do less? I think I can do less. It's 11 machines at that speed. 937 signs per minute. Is that not exactly, approximately exactly what Vulcanus was doing? Still going on Vulcanus. 934, 937. Okay, that is exactly, it's almost exactly on the spot there. So actually then the module count drops by 7 for this setup. This is going to be enough then. We set it up. If we do, let's get out of map mode. Should I like flip these around? Does it make any sense? Kinda does block the same amount of space regardless. So let's just keep them all in the same orientation. That makes it easy to copy paste on the bot. Alright. Electrolyte chromium solution. Don't need to think about that just yet. We're just forking in the resources we need. If I'm right, a red belt should be okay. We need 1.5 insertions. I think I can just do a single rare grabber here. Then we can just put everything on the same belt. Oh, we can use that new functionality now. That would be nice. Load half belts. Super capacitor. And accumulator. Oh, there we go. We gotta output the signs. I forgot about that. 1.42 a second as well. Technically, the uncommon ones are good enough for this. Right. Less than 1.5 insertions a minute. 540 degrees. Here we have 562 degrees a second. Possible uncommons to output the signs. Same line. Same line. This is 11. That's not an integer. That's not a divisible by 2 number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The pain. Oh, 5 and 6 it is, I guess. And then we just throw away the signs. That is FULGORA signs. At least step 1. At some point you were accumulator limited. Holmium limited. I remember in my nuclear experience I got holmium limited, but that is not representative because I also made all Novesian signs packs on FULGORA because I forgot to take the key from FULGORA. And I left and I couldn't return, so I had to reset up on FULGORA everything. Animation is a bit weird, they seem to stop working. Looks like they're always working though. do seem to be hitting the science per minute number. Let's speed it up a bit. There's such a beautiful animation then from the implants. It does look like about 930 to 940 SPM, so that part does seem to be working. It's actually not such a big setup either. And this one is gonna have a couple more steps though. What tech we need from Fulgora? That's a little bit the problem with Fulgora. We need nothing from Fulgora. Not a single thing. There is nothing. There's literally no techs on Fulgora that lead to something which is attached to progress. That is not helpful. Yeah. If you look here, there's a lot of technologies under Fulgoran science. The only thing that actually leads to a kilo and the end of the game is the planet discovery a kilo. That's all. There's the mech armor, which is great. There are some like armor upgrades. The rail support foundations, if you need it, those are not necessary. They are nice, so you can build rails everywhere in the city block grid that you want, but they are not necessary to transport resources around. There's the Tesla turret, full speed. There's nothing there. Vulcanus actually does have the tech we need. The main tech we need, which is artillery, so we can get the achievement hereafter. It has cliff explosives. It has the asteroid for processing, which can be pretty useful as well. I guess coal liquefaction is kind of a Vulcanus specific technology to make more effective use of your coal. It has a bunch of useful stuff, but it has a technology. It has at least one technology which is a hard prerequisite for progress. Sorry, which is asteroid reprocessing. That's a must-have. I don't know why though. I don't think I used asteroid reprocessing at all when I did the new player experience. Why is that? Thing. I suppose, yeah, Aquilo has all the ice asteroids around it, so they want you to reprocess those asteroids so you can stay in orbit there. But when I went to Aquilo, I just flew my ship back to the nearest planet, so it would not have to deal with the asteroid processing problem. Designing spaceships was one of the slowest parts of Factorio Space Age, really. Such a painful process. Because every tile matters basically. So I did not redesign my spaceships for asteroid reprocessing at all. Even the Shattered Planet ship went without asteroid reprocessing and without asteroid productivity, and it still made it. Somehow. I don't know how, but it still made it. So why is this a hard prerequisite? That should just not be. Anyway, the rest of the hard prerequisites are all GLEBA. You can see it has carbon fiber, then the rocket turret, which is a prerequisite because you need rocket turrets on the ship to blow up the big asteroids. There's no other way here. No other plausible way, let's call it that. It also has the bite egg handling, which is a prerequisite for the Promethean science pack. It's a little bit weird that this is also a prerequisite for reaching the solar system edge, because that has got nothing to do with each other. Promethean science pack requires the bite egg handling, the solar system edge is just the win condition for the game, and you do not need to be able to make Promethean science packs to reach the solar system edge. That's just where Promethean science starts, so why is this a prerequisite for the end of the game? Nobody knows. Anyway, enough blabbering about that. Looks like this part is working. Do we do the rest of it as well? Is that hard? It's not if we start with accumulators first, that is the easiest one. Cannot do productivity on these, so that means that's probably a good one to efficiency module. Again, we could try to speed it up a little. But already like this, it's not at minus 80%. One battery a second. 20% speed boost for a lot of modules. There's no way I'm going to put something expensive in here. %. 69, minus 69%. Nice. I guess this is minus 80%. 30% speed boost for free basically, because energy consumption is going to be the same as if I do this. How many do we need? You can see how many we are consuming. Consuming about 480. 480 accumulators. Should be a nice number. I know it's late when I'm starting to do these divisions and not realize it's going to be 8. That took way too long. 8. 8 accumulators a minute. This is 0.3. 0.9. 1.8, 0.7, 3, 6. It's a lot of these things. 6.9, nice. 7.8, 8.1. So that should be enough. 27 of these, but all at minimum power level. Just to compare, this is less than half a megawatt, whereas these guys take 16 megawatts. 16 megawatts per plant, half a megawatt. Means that all of these combined take less power than one of these. So it is a lot of these things, but not crazily so. Maybe it's worth it to put some basic Mark II modules in even. Could speed it up even more, but I doubt that it's worth it. Let's just keep it non-quality for these. We should make a nice pattern though, that is kind of obligatory. Something like that. This makes 0.38. Means we need to divide 22. 22. That sucks. Really? 27 or 22? I guess it was 21.05. It's not a crazy amount of modules, to be honest. This is like free. Also, this needs more than one battery inserter. Or a quality one. Yeah, let's just take that one. Like we need to move this over a bit. Left side. It's probably not going to be nothing above this anymore. Now we got space for these as well. So that's one part, right? 1 battery and 0.4 iron plates. Literally be something like this. Regular inserters. $27 of them. That's 27 batteries a second then, I suppose. So it should fit on a red belt. Iron can be a yellow belt, but we'll just use it. You can just copy paste that. Let's focus. Maybe we'll cut off the first one here. Seven. Will 26 not do? Guess we'll test. This is going to be a full belt of batteries. Suppose we can do a half belt of iron just to test that. A full belt of batteries, that is a lot of batteries though. Wait. If we need a full belt of batteries for this step already, that is not good news for the amount of scrap we will need. We need a full belt of batteries. And it's a 4% chance. Does that mean we will need, just for this already, 25 red belts of scrap? 25 red belts of scrap? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, Norwegian yellow and purple signs, they take like 75 or something yellow belts of resources for 1k SPM. So this is just 50 yellow belts of scrap for 1k SPM. Still though, that is way more than Vulcanus is requiring. Vulcanus literally requires a belt and a bit of coal and then 3 belts of tungsten. And that was it. And here we are looking at 25 belts of scrap. Oh god. Let's read in chat. Tell me I'm wrong. Oof. Yeah, that is the reaction I'm feeling right now. Pot. You can, I suppose you can make some batteries, but I said earlier that making sulfuric acid is a royal pain in the behind here. Let's look at what it takes to make batteries. Batteries are made in chemical plants. They are not made in are they made in EM plants? That would help a bunch. Can you make batteries in here? No. Why not though? Batteries is electric. Batteries are as electrical as it gets, man. They literally are electricity. Why can they not be made into... Alright. Okay, so we got batteries. Not a big deal, right? Except we need sulfuric acid, so we need sulfuric acid. Alright, sulfuric acid, that is pretty easy, just some water and some sulfur. Okay, so we need some sulfur. Alright, sulfur, that's easy, petroleum gas. Oh yeah, except we get no oil. We get no oil on Fulgora, so we get heavy oil. So we need to crack light oil into petroleum gas, and we need to crack heavy oil into light oil. That is the steps we need to take. That is a lot of steps just to get a fluid, and every single one of these steps requires water, which we also don't get on Fulgora, which means we need to melt ice cubes, which is another step, I suppose. There you got it. That is a lot of steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps to make batteries. I suppose most of these take productivity modules though, so maybe it's a good thing. But yeah, no wait, it's not. It doesn't matter. Heavy oil is free. Probably we've got plenty of ice cubes. Probably. So this is just more oil, more petroleum gas from free heavy oil. It only saves ice cubes. This only saves ice cubes. Even this step barely saves. It barely saves a little bit of iron, but it mostly saves ice cubes. And then only this actually saves iron and copper, really. So yeah. Let's just leave that on the side somewhere. That is not a great order of magnitude. And then straight up, you don't get iron and copper. No, you gotta recycle iron gears and low density structures or something, or maybe make the copper cable recycle those into copper plates to get the additional batteries. So it's not all that easy to make more batteries. I suppose, yeah, it's doable. But for now we'll just pretend we have them, and we don't worry about 25 red belts of scrap. That is a nightmare for another time. Iron. We also need a lot of iron to make this. At least we get a lot of iron gears. 25 belts of scrap, dude. That is this much scrap. No? This is literally more belts of scrap than are coming out of this horrible recycling thing which we set up earlier today. This is 24 belts of different results. We literally need more belts of scrap than this. We need this plus 1 belt of scrap, and somehow we need to recycle all of that. This is just 2 red belts of recycling. I guess if we don't do quality, we're not going to do quality for science. For the ones which are going to be science are just going to be probably like efficiency or speed. We cannot put productivity in here. So probably efficiency modules to save on power, because power is also a royal pain in the behind here. We're also supposed to make accumulators to store power, so we cannot even use all of them for science. So I guess 1000 times science cost. We're using all of them for science. The ones we need to place are nothing. I suppose we can make our accumulators actually from here. Because we don't have a use for the batteries just yet. So we'll try to roll for accumulators. I'll figure something out to do with the rest of the quality stuff. Trying to make the most out of the byproducts. Refined concrete, accumulators. Probably we can gamble for holmium plates, despite holmium ore quality being a meme. We can still try to roll for plates. Accumulators. I forgot we also need to output those. We are not dealing anything at all. No beacons on this one. Just a ton of these machines. Okay, so now we can get rid of accumulators. Simply this, get rid of the filter. We should have live production. As always, we'll do a reset. If you can get there from a cold start, then it is a real setup. If you can get there without having anything buffered up front, that is always a good way to measure if your production actually holds up. So it's going to take a while to get up to the science, because this is a long belt. Fine tune a bit again. So let's speed up. Accumulators are backing up, so that means they are good. We can also try if we can get away with one less of these. But then it's symmetric. Now we have 27. I don't think we can. We are at the maximum science. Get rid of one of them. See if the battery That goes down again. Yeah, I think so. We're gonna go. Are we stable? I think we're almost stable, but not entirely. Speed up even more. Almost there. I suppose it's good enough. I think something else is limiting us actually. Something else is limiting us. Before we had 938 signs in it. What is limiting us? You know, I think it's me. So this one just didn't work for a split second. It is me. Because, yes, this inserter is fast enough to insert the 1.46 items a second. But not if there's a gap in the belt and it needs to wait for it. Probably should upgrade this quality. Let's place this one back. See the stack go again. We'll see production go back to 930 something. Production is back to 930 something. Battery stack will grow. Okay, then that means definitely if I delete one now, definitely battery stack will shrink. Battery stack is shrink. We need every one of them. 27. Actually, do we? Let's just get it started and then we'll delete it. How much signs per minute will we do? We can limit signs per minute artificially with the accumulators. That's 930 signs a minute, 912. We need 907. I think we're gonna do this. We need 907 to make 1k SPM in the labs. This is basically dead on the money. We're limited by accumulators, so the last one is not gonna be working every time. Clicking on and off. This one should be working pretty much. It looks like they're sharing the load a bit. But at least these ones will be working every time. I think this is a nice way to limit the build then. So that also means we can, that's the real reason. The real reason is we can make the design like symmetric and make it look nice. That's why we go 912 signs a minute. You gotta do the important decisions sometimes. So 26 limits me to 912 signs a minute instead of 934. And if I'm gonna be needing 24 belts of scrap or more, I definitely do want that. This is not even all the batteries we need. This is not even all the batteries we need. We need even more. Small aircrafts do not spawn anything unless destroyed. Yeah, I think that was true actually. Do they also don't, if you pollute small aircrafts, do they spawn enemies to attack you? Or do they only come from the bigger nests? I mean, we don't need to go to Fulgora to set up signs initially. We need to go to Fulgora to set up modules. Actually, we might set up signs. Eventually we will need... Maybe it's a good idea to go to Fulgora first. Because we will have a heck of a lot of time to buffer up like millions of science packs perhaps. So we can afford to build it smaller. I mean, when do we need it? We need it when we research Aquilo, 3 million. Then after that, 500,000, another 2 million. How much do we need? 3 million. 3.5, 5.5 million. 7.5 million. About 7.5 million signs. Unlock the solar system edge. I know it says Prometheum science pack, but this is what you need to be able to travel beyond a kilo. Solar system edge. If I do this first, for instance, and I set this up at like 500 SPM, and then we go Vulcanus. Vulcanus is easy to set up 1k SPM. We need to research artillery for 1.5 million. During that time, Fulgora can produce away and store the signs in chests. We need to research asteroid reprocessing, another 500,000 as a prerequisite for Aquilo. We need to research the rocket turret, we need to research carbon fiber, another 1.5 million. During all of this time we could be producing signs on Fulgora at a reduced rate really. Just bank it up and then just when we need it we start supplementing the live production with the stashed up amount, basically like we've been doing for military signs. Then we can set up smaller. There's 27 belts of scrap. I mean, that is elevated railways for sure. We don't need elevated railways to do our recycling thing, that is for sure. We can do that on an island, build a rocket silo there. Once we basically vacuumed all the scrap out of the island that we possibly can, just pick it up, put it on the next island, including the rocket silo and everything. Just start mining the scrap out of that one. But yeah, if we're gonna need like dozens of belts of scrap, and what is this kind of weird spawn? That's pretty neat. It's like a 90-degree angle as well there. Anyway, side tracks. Quality EM signs, that just requires even more resources, doesn't it? So the question is, what's the ratio of EM science packs to the total science packs that we need? That ratio is what we should be producing in that. So we said 7.5 million. Total science we need to unlock this. We should find every other expensive technology which does not include EM science. That's 1 million. I gave myself a bunch of technologies, but no expensive victory condition appears. Okay, so we can count. Vulcanus is all trigger. That's 500,000. 500,000. I think we're going to be stuck at the
1 million. The big one. 3 million. 4 million. Scraps. Okay, so about 4 million of non-EM signs before we need about 8 million of EM signs. So that means if we go to Fulgora first and we set up Fulgora signs first, we need to set it up at like 666 SPM, basically. 2/3 of max. That is not the biggest save. We might as well set it up fully then. And be able to go into the end game with a full worthy EM sign set up instead of building it 2/3. If we could build it like 40% the size or like something like that, that would be worth it. But I mean, 2/3 of it, that is still basically the same problem. That's fine. It is 12 o'clock. Okay, we're not gonna do the rest of Fulgora signs then today. We can just lay out the machinery, what we need. We need these things. Maybe it doesn't take that much time. We need those at the same rate as accumulators. Let's get a move on. We can get productivity modules in these, so that's probably going to be another beacon. At least one beacon. Okay, 0.9 a second. One beacon. 1.42 a second with 3 beacons. We need to fork in a lot of resources here though. Not per thing, but this is 3 green chips, 3, 6, 7 a second of 4 different types. So that could be a bit of a problem if we go too fast. Or if we just go 1 beacon per. That is a lot easier, I think, to insert. This is actually we can do the fluid output as a chain. Fluid goes in and out, so we just connect the fluid to the side here. That kind of saves us a lot of hassle. Yeah, these are all connected, it clearly shows. Alright, that makes things easier. Might do more beacons then, we'll see. Batteries, electric circuits, we need more than... I think we're gonna need a separate belt for electric circuits actually. Twice. Need 480 of those. Or 470. 8 a second. I think we need slightly more than a 1 belt of green chips. Let's just try it with half belt and see if it bottlenecks or not. Chips. Then it's chromium and those next annoying step, superconductor. Everything is 1 per second except green chips is 2 per second. Long-handed inserters are key and we need 2 for the green chips. Actually, we'll set the filters so they don't mess up. We search for their own stuff. I know exactly how many it needs to. Wait a minute, these do 0.9. 8, 6, 7, 2. Is this 8 per minute? 8.1? I kinda think it is. 9 times 9, 0.81. 60 should be enough. I think this is enough. I think just we don't have enough green chips. Got the output again, of course. Need to meet that up with the accumulator valve. And just cut that off. Reset it. I actually want this to produce last, because the accumulators are going to be the first bottleneck, because that takes forever. That's good enough. Let's go. Let's see if it reaches the 912 signs per minute, which is the new goal, apparently. Speed it up. I did something wrong. That's what I did wrong. That should not affect things. See the graph climb. Will it reach 912? It does? It doesn't. It's dipping now. Yeah, we are out of green chips. I think because of the fluid stuff, the green chips buffered up a bit. But half a belt of green chips is not enough. That means we do something different. Batteries is half. Only half a battery. The rest of it is more. We need one battery and more of the rest. Technically we can do batteries this side. See, we can do batteries on this side still. Just gotta come in over here. Here, just gotta be green chips then. Then we have sorted that. Just underground all this. That should be it. Reset again. Super speed. Same mistake again. Wait. If I control Z, does this not get remembered or what? What's going on? Oh wait. I am going on. Awesome. I was already ready to blame the game again, but of course it was just me. What else is going on? Yeah, I think just unlocking Vulcanus and FULGORA for the equipment, and then just rebuilding Northeast as well. Northeast currently it needs a rebuild anyway for the lab area. I love the lab area, but this is not going to work for the rest of the science pack. It could work with Robopods, but I still wouldn't have a way to take spoilage out of the labs. Agricultural science, so I need a different setup for that. Kinda sucks. Then, of course, we would like to rebuild everything, copper cable, green chip, red chip, blue chip related with the implants. That's going to be a huge discount on resources. Implants are especially awesome for novice because so many of these recipes are very copper heavy. So we got this is just pure copper. This is like 66% copper. This is I think even more than 66% copper. Blue chips are definitely also 66 to 70% copper. And copper is the bottleneck now on novice since we get free iron from space in pretty large quantities. So this is going to be a huge copper save. Then the foundries, we can use those to make... We already figured out that if we melt copper ore and cast it into plates, that's a direct... If we put productivity in there, that's like a over 200% productivity bonus on the copper. Straight up. Because we can also cast low density. I suppose all the copper casting recipes have sort of a similar-ish productivity bonus. Maybe some are better than others. I don't know about that. But it's all gonna be in the relatively ridiculous range of productivity bonuses. Straight up. So we can do a lot of savings on copper. You can even like cast the copper cable and copper plates that eventually go into those blue chips in all of the chips in the implants, and then we got a truly ridiculous resource savings going on the copper front. I should do the math for that at some point, but I think we can easily reduce novice resource consumption by a factor of 3 or something, just by using the implants. Then we can multiply that by the big miners' lower resource depletion. So our resources on novice are probably easily gonna go like somewhere between 5 and 10 times the distance just by introducing the planetary buildings. That's my prediction. And then Biolabs multiplies that again, yes. But Biolabs are a couple steps further down the ladder. We cannot simply get those. That's requires artillery first, so we can take over GLEBA. And then set up on GLEBA. And then do like a couple million of signs. Our signs, speaking of signs, but we did make we are making the cut now with the green chip doubling. Alright, so that is this ingredient. Superconductor is the next annoying step. Okay, is it? Alright, so yeah, kind of is. Batteries we get from scrap, this we get from recycling blue chips, this we get from the holmium ore, now we just need to make these. What are these? This we get from recycling low density structures, this we get from recycling low density structures. These we're already making for the superconductors anyway. Light oil is just heavy oil with water. It becomes lighter. Okay, that's the last step then. Similar. That one we can actually just chain the light oil. I guess this takes productivity as well. Now making 0.77 a second, these 0.92 a second. Oh, this is actually pretty fast then, this is even before adding a beacon. Okay, now they make 3.6 a second. How many are we consuming? 480 a minute apparently. Why is everything 480 on this planet? That is enough then. This is enough. That is over 10. This is already way over what we need. We do need to insert 1 per second of plastics, holmium plates and copper. Plastic, plate, copper. go back to 1x speed for now. So that's a relatively tiny amount of resources. Just the output side of things is going to be a bit harsher. I should probably put the beacon then on the side with the inputs, since we're going to be outputting 4 per second of these things, which means I need 4 inserts which can do that. I guess we could. These can do 1 a second. I guess we can be inserter limited on this one just for the fun of it. So these cannot keep up with 3.6 per second. 8. It's about 3.3, 3.4 per second. We have 3.6, but we are overproducing already anyway. Why not? Alright. So that pops into there. Stop supplying those. That should be the last step. The rest is all recycling, which I'm not going to set up. This is all the creation we do. All the other resources will come from recycling, and then just recycling low density structures. Just maybe we should finish the holmium chain perhaps. Also, I didn't do the fluids. It's still the fluids. Still the fluids. First test this. Speed it up like an idiot. Look at the production graph. That looks like 912. Does not look like these are backed up. This thing is gonna constantly have stuff inside. I think I also should filter these actually. Looks like one of them got backed up for no reason. Just for completion's sake. Go. Yeah, pipette tool, yeah, that you can copy map text like that. Yeah, there's a bit off-putting, a bit weird that the animation just stops, even when the machine continues working. That's showcase that the one that actually is working all the time. It's working all the time, it's working. The green light says it stays working even when the animation stops. It throws you off. That's what it throws you off guard. What's going on? Right. Holmium plates, holmium solution. Okay. I think no, we're gonna do the holmium stuff at different time. I'm going to have to work it out a bit better. Let's get holmium solution here. We need then. That has 3 different destinations. That's gonna require some excelling, I think, before being able to figure that out. How do we even make holmium solution? Probably in one of those chemical plants. It's always those chemical plants. It's never the ones stuff with the good productivity bonus. Maybe cryogenic plant. Not even cryogenic plant, it's literally only the chemical plant. So we need to do this. Stand solution second, then we need to make the plates. I think that was also not very productive. Oh, foundry. Okay. I'm not gonna have those the first time we come around, but we'll make sure we'll have those when we start doing science. I think I should just be using those. Cast holmium plate, huh? 20 holmium solution per plate. I suppose it's the same for assemblers. 20 holmium solution per plate. The difference is 18% productivity bonus versus 86% productivity bonus. I guess these also can have productivity in there. So we do get 2 productivity steps on the holmium solution at least. We need stone and holmium ore for that. And then we need to make that into plates. I don't know in which order to do that, but these are the last 2 steps. These are like multi-steps. We need plates for this guy and for this guy. Then we need to make solution for the plates and for this stuff and for electrolyte. But that's another step. At least we can make this in the plant, in the EM plant. What's going here? That's also holmium solution and heavy oil. Yeah, that is gonna require some excelling. I'm not just gonna throw that together right here, I don't think. The writings on the planet. There's definitely letters in here. There's some hidden message in these decorations, I'm sure. Doesn't look very random. Start the conspiracy. We didn't count biolabs to calculate PM science requirements. That is a good point actually. Forgot about that. We might have biolabs. Biolabs is a deviation though. It's not a hard requirement on the way to solar system edge. Is it gonna be worth it to go biolabs just to get to the end? Probably it is. Here's the end. When can we get biolabs? Let's go to GLEBA science. Here is the Aquilo planet discovery and cryogenic science pack. This is all that is required on the way. Where's the biolab? The biolab is a branch of whiter egg handling. Whiter egg handling still annoying. Is a prerequisite for. Yeah, there's still a prerequisite for reaching the solar system edge, even though you don't need to capture any biters to get to the solar system edge. It's kind of a weird prereq. So biolabs is a mere 1 million science deviation, which you can unlock as soon as we get this. Which means we will probably... I mean, we gotta get GLEBA science up and running anyway. Then it's just how much GLEBA science do we also need at the minimum. Is it the full 7.5 million? We just counted out. Might be 7.5 million. The chunky boys are this one 2 is 4 and this one 7. 7.5 million science with GLEBA science packs. If you do it before the rocket turret, it's 8.5 million science, 10.5 million science of GLEBA. It does make sense to get biolabs as soon as we get to GLEBA. Then we could set up smaller on other planets. On the other side, you know, I still got these science packs. I still probably want to set up the same size. My 1k Norwegian science packs are just gonna produce like over 2k science per minute. We're gonna get to how many modules go in a biolab anyway? I suppose I cannot build it here. Will you guys let me build a biolab? Four module slots. Will I have productivity module Mark 3? What is that? That's only 300k, so we probably want to get that. That does require... No, it's not only 3.5k. It's another... Oh, this is a requirement. This is a requirement as well. Okay, so we do need to do this before biolabs. Then we can deviate to biolab. I think we have time to do the biter X stuff. I never did it before, but the biolabs are definitely going to be worth it to discuss end game. The question is, then it's also trivial to get productivity module Mark 3, I suppose, because that is just those biter X which you are already getting for the biolabs anyway. So that is definitely going to be prod modable Mark 3 then. These things are also pretty fast, I believe. Research speed too. Okay, we're definitely gonna do some lab research speed then if we're gonna make the transition to biolabs. Now I just didn't because my lab area looks awesome without. Let's go rare quality Mark 3s. Go out of editor mode, that's not gonna go well. Can I just ignore? I think we can ignore surface stuff. Mortal conditions. Lab of the biologic. Ignore surface conditions. Wait. What? Oh, I never saw that animation before. That's insane. It scared me. Why are they taking damage? What is a captive biter spawner? That is not a biolab. Get rid of it, get rid of it. Right. You can see how experienced I am with space age. I'll just use the search function. I need to get out of this. Captive biter spawner. Here's the biolab. There's my rare Portuguese. Here. 64% productivity over the 10% I have now. I've got beacons, we'll definitely be beaconing these back up to some sort of acceptable speed. Then we'll have research, a couple levels of research speed by that time for sure. What is a couple hours of blue signs by that point in time? Maybe 500k is kind of where we draw the line for that. Even with just the early levels. Research speed 8.4. Biolabs are probably way more expensive. You have the other stuff. Research speed 18, that's like 3 seconds for a science pack. That's probably a good speed. 3 science pack, 3 seconds per science pack, that means this is 1 second per science pack. 60 SPM. So we need approximately 15 times this to consume 900 science packs a minute. And that will then 15 times this, so 45 biolabs. I got 1000 labs right now. I will need 45 biolabs later on. And then those 907 science packs we are creating will have first the 50% research chain, so that's straight up double. Then we get 64% productivity bonus, which means we'll go from 1k SPM, yeah, that's triple the amount of science, 3k SPM for the end game after we switch to biolabs, with the same peaker input. That's going to make the end game a lot more bearable. I mean, I think the Aikido technology costs like 3 million or something. So that basically becomes the same as rocket silo. Unlocking this will have the same effective cost as unlocking rocket silo, except of course it has like 6 or 7 more different science packs, which we also need to produce. These need upkeep, and these do not need upkeep. So just make those, and that's it. Require the Biterex, and that's about it. It's not too crazy. Let me just, for my own memory, this is basically the entire lab setup we'll need. Approximately, it's not entirely fine-tuned, but is this not in any demolisher territory? No, it's not. Right. So let's just keep that here. Put everything in the test world. How is science going here? Okay, now we have 913 over a longer period. Okay, so that is good. That is good. That's what we want. We'll do this stuff at some point. I'll probably prepare the amounts in Excel. Maybe I'll just build this out because, man, it's taking forever to do this on stream. It would be better if I could just switch between Excel and plopping it, but I don't really want to Excel on stream. That's a little bit too much. Much. I need 500 EM SPM assume also reset to the moment you start buffering EM settings. Getting rare quality plot trees is not trivial. Need to do some biter egg upcycling. It's a lot, yeah, actually, no, it's only one biter egg per module though, so I'll need 45 times 4. 180 rare ones. Is that so hard to get? Really? I have never even handled a biter egg before. I don't even know how you make those. 5 biter eggs. How are they made? They are made with time. Crafting speed 1. Let's do it. Let's just check it out since we're doing stuff anyway. Captive biter spawner. Okay, so this thing needs bioflux, right? I have no idea how this works. How does bioflux even look? It looks like this. We need normal quality. Wait, if I put in rare quality bioflux, do I get rare quality X out of this? Oh, and then it just starts crafting. Pretty fast as well. 5x. Oh, no, it is trivial, man. It will be trivial to get rare, even with straight up recycling. It should be trivial. The point is you cannot just store that in chests, obviously, they will hatch. It creates a lot on one bioflux as well. If I have rare bioflux, will it make rare X? That is the question now. Nope. I guess rare bioflux just spoils slower. Does it have a bigger fuel value? It doesn't appear to. Okay, so biter eggs are always made at standard quality. Is that correct? Eggs do not expire inside the spawner. Bioflux is just fuel. Okay. These are always made at standard quality, and you have to just upcycle them. That is way too convoluted to try to craft it into something first and then recycle it. Nutrients from bite. This is straight hard upcycling, right? Then we can kind of calculate how many eggs we should produce to get the rare ones we need. Let's just assume we stick with quality 2 rare, because that's what I think we're gonna do. Quality 3 module is not worth the upgrade for quite a while. Okay, these also don't take speed modules. Alright, let's have an attempt at calculating this. The problem is we need to be lucky enough to roll like a rare result pretty much straight away. Every egg has a 12.8% chance to be rare, to be uncommon, which means it has a 1.28 chance to be rare. If we just take the straight up rare results, let's say we start with 10,000 byte eggs, just to have a reference. Quality reduces that 2500 straight away. Of those 2500 results, .28% will be rare ones. Get 32 rare eggs straight up from the quality. Actually, we get 2500 eggs back, which are recycled again. So actually, 1/3. After all recycling is done, it's going to be this amount. This. So we'll get 42 eggs straight up from 10,000 byte eggs. How fast are these made? Half a second. So it's 20,000 seconds from a nest. I haven't made a single one just yet, apparently. Might indeed take a while. Also get an additional amount, plus let's put it in brackets. You also get those 10,000 times, I guess 0.33, where we get a uncommon result. This is going to be a bit harder. Let's just do it straight. We'll just keep those 42 in mind too. We got a couple. Probably going to be roughly another 42, I suppose. So we just take the same equation. Those are going to hatch, aren't they? Have some time still. Again, 0.33 for the cycling. Then we multiply by chance that it's uncommon. 12.8% minus that chance that it was rare. So we get It's not exactly correct, but I'm on the lower side here. 380 uncommon ones, and then we'll recycle those again into with a 10% chance to pull rare ones. So multiply this entire thing by another 0.33 infinite reroll rate. Is that correct? I'm not sure, but let's just roll it infinitely. And then we have a straight up 12.8 chance to make that a rare one. That's another 16 or so, in addition to the 42, so 60 out of 10,000. That's in the neighborhood. Probably a bit off. 60 over 10,000 means a 0.6% chance to pull a rare one. Got 4 already though. If we just stack them on top of each other, might be beneficial. For the average health. We need to get 180 of those. Divide 180 by 0.006. That's roughly 30,000 fighter eggs. One nest does it at half a second, so that's 60,000 seconds. If we do it from one nest, which obviously are not going to do. But if we do it from one nest, it means it's only 17 hours to make. That is not bad. This is exactly the time required to research a 1 million science pack technology like rocket silo, for instance. So it's actually not too bad. And that is from one single nest. If we do it by 10, if we do it with 16 nests, we have it in an hour. I don't have legendary quality unlocked, nor do I have legendary modules, so they're going with the stuff we'll have access to. Rare captive spawns make it spawn faster. It's probably one of those cases where it's easier to just build more of them than increase the quality, especially since you don't put expensive modules into them. And that Bioflux is holding out quite a while though. Okay, what is the egg production of all time? 2 eggs, and we got 4 rare ones. This is approximately correct. That's like 0.005 instead of 0.006, so I'm gonna call that a win. So it's gonna be pretty easy, I think, to get the modules, really. Are these just gonna explode out of my inventory? I think they are. Let's just throw that away. Make sure I delete all byterex. Alright. Well, kind of a different kind of progress today, but I think it was still a good idea to go do this. I haven't done GLEBA just yet. I'm scared of GLEBA, as you might know. I don't want to think about it yet. It's not on the GLEBA is definitely the last planet though, since we need the artillery to unlock that, and all the useful buildings to make everything cheaper on Norvis are locked behind FULGORA and Vulcanus, except for the biolab, of course. But I think we can get a huge discount on resources just with implants and the foundries. Then just rebuild Norvis. I'm gonna save here. This is FULGORA science. That is good. Right, so we got kind of design setup going. The builds are not that big actually. I thought they would be a lot bigger. Of course we haven't everything yet, and we didn't do the rocket silo part yet, but it is looking promising. The quality thing is working above expectation as well. I thought some people were saying it is a trap to do quality on Fulgora early on. It might very well be a trap in a default settings playthrough, but it looks like for a 1000 times science cost run we can kind of get what we need out of these islands in terms of the productivity modules we want to use for the speed modules we want to use for beacon science packs for the 3 planets. I think even the efficiency modules might take a role, because if I remember correctly, if you have biochambers, they use nutrients a lot less fast if you have got them at minimum. Anything really. Let's do bioflux. I think they consume nutrients way slower if you have efficiency. So probably we still want to port mod these up, but can then use a mix of speed beacons and efficiency beacons to bring these to minimum nutrient consumption, if that turns out to be necessary. Alright, so that kind of decides the fate and the future of this playthrough. We're gonna focus on getting to Fulgora first. We're gonna set this up. We're gonna take home some EM plants and recyclers and whatnot. Then we're just gonna go to Vulcanus. Before we set up any science here, we will go to Vulcanus. Unlock the foundries and the big mining drills. Maybe set up science, but we'll see. It's probably better. It kind of depends if you're gonna go for full size Fulgora science. Then we can just set it up whenever, because we just set it up and it can keep up with the all science packs. If we go for a buffer system, we want to set up this as early as possible. So that means after Vulcanus we come back with our foundries, most importantly the foundries, and the big mining drills would be helpful as well. I think the big mining drills will make it a lot less painful to make like 20 something belts of scrap. Then elevated railways can just deliver that. We need a large island. Maybe we will need cliff explosives to make sure we can build in a normal way. Fulgora. I don't think we can unlock the landfill anytime soon. Well, it looks like most of the space is going to be used for recycling. If this is like a red belt of the recyclers world, I suppose without quality modules they could go speed modules in here. I hate map view, man. Could go for quality recyclers and speed modules just to reduce the footprint of having to recycle 24 belts of scrap. This does crafting speed a half. I need to throw in one scrap to see the effect. 2.5 scrap a second, so it doesn't have the penalty. If we can get up to 5, I think, what is like the maximum we can get those up to? I'm not gonna waste that, but 7.3 scrap a second. I think it would be easy to get to like 5. This is 5 scrap a second, that's literally just like non-quality modules. 5.5 scrap, can we get 6 scrap a second? 5.95. 6.17 scrap a second. So that means 5 recyclers to empty out a red belt. I'm not gonna get above 7.5. That's uncommon speed. How much is this? 30%? 32, huh? There we go, that is 6.0. Found the configuration, the magic number. 5 of these would empty a red belt. Scrap. That is way better than the 16 or so I got now. And this is with normal quality recyclers. I'm gonna get into the input limits pretty soon here, especially if I input from this side, which I probably will. What is the input limit? 691 degrees times 4 divided by 360. 4 inserters, I can fork a maximum of 7.6 items a second in there. Less if the belts are not full. So I probably don't really want to go much faster than this. 7.5 to go down to 4 recyclers. It's probably not worth it then. There's the uncommon recyclers. Oh, uncommon recyclers, we could actually probably use cheaper speed modules and still get to the same amount of scrap. It's 5.84. Basically just uncommon speed modules Mark 1, which we have tons and tons of. That's 6.62. What about straight up Mark 2? Those are better. Can we get 7.5, 7.15? There, Mark 1 again. 1. Rare Mark 1s are 7.4. I do not want 7.4, I want 7.5 then. 9, 32, then we get an uncommon Mark 2, 763, okay, we're there then. And just go full uncommon. It is 7.73. Right, so that is probably kind of the cheapest configuration to go for 4. So empty a red belt. Right, so this draws empty 1 red belt. Of course, this is like a double wide array. So this will draw empty 2 red belts, but of course it will output more than 1 red belt, so you cannot do that. You gotta do it like so. That draws empty 2 red belts, produces 1.2 belts of scrap for the beginning. Then we just need like this times a lot. We can fine-tune this later, but if we use something like this, the footprint becomes much lower. We can probably even do some like, not only like vertical stacking, but we can probably find a way to go through with a couple more belts. And we might actually be able to just stack them on top like this. Then just use the same belt balancer-ish thing like we did before. Then 2 belts of scrap. But that still doesn't work. Yeah, that still doesn't work. Yeah, we need to do this already for the 4th setup. Really? I'll think about that. Let's just control Z that hole. Just to symbolize it's one red belt for future Mike. And here as well. So yeah, kinda 2 options I suppose for recycling scrap. That already gives a little bit of hope that it's doable to do 24 belts of processing, because that's a tiny setup for one red belt. Why my islands are so far apart. This is our current setup for processing 2 red belts. That is definitely not... I do not want to have this copy this like 12 to 15 times on one island. That is basically the entire island. Oh, yeah, 5, 6. So that's half of it. That's an entire big island worth of stuff. I'm way out of where I need to be. That's my island. My island is over here. Alright. That's what I'm gonna call it for today. Biochambers. I wonder how many waste products we'll actually have after also doing the rocket side of stuff. I guess there's gonna be a bunch of waste. There's no steel involved in any of this. There's also no steel involved in making any of the rocket parts. Get low density structures and good chips for that. And kinda assuming it's balanced so in such a way that you don't need to craft those to launch your rockets. I'm gonna be ready next time with an Excel. Don't worry. I will have all the data. Then I'm gonna figure out I made a crucial mistake and I'm off by a factor of 4 for some critical product, like the amount of batteries I need or something. And I actually need 100 belts of scrap. No, that's not gonna go like that. I hope. Concrete we also don't really need, except for making I think the recyclers and the implants. Those require refined concrete, unrefined concrete respectively. So anything we don't need we can still try to apply some quality upcycling mechanics principles for like concrete and steel or something. Any leftovers we will have from the base we can either destroy or upcycle into useful stuff. I think like stuff for Aquilo, like the cryogenic plants, they also require that they required upcycle. Okay, we're not gonna do that just yet. Yeah, let's not worry about that, that's too far ahead. And again, all they do is be faster at their job, not give extra resource bonuses or anything. So maybe we should not worry about... Maybe we should just keep it easy for ourselves. Science Island, we take what we need and the rest we just shove back into the dirt. Into the Fulgora, I should say. Alright, 2 setups done. 2 science setups done. 1 to go, not today. Yeah, learned a lot today. Now that I see this, I got kind of got faith in the playthrough again. I think I was kind of getting to the point where I was getting overwhelmed, or was going to be pretty sure that it was going to get pretty crazy in terms of resource requirements. But especially Vulcanus is very cheap, with the like just literal a couple belts of tungsten, 1 belt of coal, and that's it. and free sulfuric acid. Even Fulgora, I would say it's within reason. 24 barrels of scrap. It is a lot, but it's within reason. Let's hope GLEBA is also gonna be no pain in the behind. I was so happy with my 60-ish SPM setup on the GLEBA, which didn't deadlock, but it was not expandable at all. So I'm not really sure how we're gonna do that just yet. We'll figure that out at some point. Not next time though. I think next time we're gonna make actual progress again on Norvis. We've got tons of stuff to do there, and a lot of that stuff is also still clearing biters and picking up new copper mines. All the boring stuff we gotta do as well. But at least for the immediate future 10 or 20 episodes, we know we can make progress on Fulgora. We've got a plan now. That is the main part. I know what to do in the main playthrough because we did this stuff today. We're gonna go to Fulgora first, get the quality stuff. Then we probably will go to Vulcanus, get the Vulcanus buildings. We may or may not set up signs on Vulcanus and Fulgora already. And we probably will rebuild Norvis with our new toys and make that an order of magnitude more efficient with the resources, with all the casting. We will need to set up calcite shipments to Norvis to smelt all, or like to melt all the iron. But the results of that, they seem like crazy good. It's crazy good. The productivity we can get out of that, especially for copper, which is now the limiting factor. Yeah, and the amount of infrastructure is actually not too bad, at least for the science making part. I cannot afford to YOLO some stuff. No, it's not my style, man. If it was just a default settings playthrough, yeah, for the new player experience, I kinda did figure it just out on the fly and didn't really worry too much about exact ratios. But now we are going 1k SPM, man. 1,000 times science per minute. So it kind of matters a bit more to do things efficiently. You cannot build spawners, you have to capture them. That's fine. Alright, I've got editor extensions mods still on. But that's fine. I've got spawners like literally everywhere in my base, so it won't be a pain to capture some spawners nearby my base. The biters are already part of the base anyway, so we might as well extract some bite racks from them as well. Yeah, it's going to be fun though. I've got faith in the playthrough again. Turns out to be less overwhelming than I thought, at least for Vulcanus and Fulgora. Still didn't dare to touch GLEBA, but that is for another time. 1-4 at a time. Conquer 1-4 at a time, and we'll get a long way. Alright, that's my closing advice, I suppose. Beacons, yeah, for the recyclers. Maybe, but I would need to fork in a lot more resources. We could do that from the side. I'm not going to test that now, but I'll keep that in mind. That's a good one, sure. Rare quality 2, you can get 5.6 rare X for 1000 common. That's about the 0, that's about the 6 I was thinking. Bioflux makes so much nutrients that efficiency is not that useful past the starting phase. Alright. Kinda depends how difficult bioflux is to make. Nutrients were a huge problem. I heard a lot of talk about. I think, you know, maybe it's not the way to build a nutrient loop. I heard a lot of talk about nutrient loops. I think it's maybe just the way to make a nutrient sushi line. No, not a sushi belt. I mean, just make a nutrient line. Any nutrient that not gets consumed just goes into a chest and then just burn it in one of those heating towers after it spoils. So then there will never be too much spoiled nutrients on the loop belt. I remember it was a royal pain in the behind to keep the nutrient belts from clogging up with spoilage. And having enough nutrients available on the belt at all times without too much space being taken up by spoilage. Then if the nutrients is almost spoiled, the inserter puts it into the biochamber, but then it almost immediately spoils, so it gets put out. Maybe just throw fresh nutrients on the belt. If a biochamber needs it, it picks it up. It is fresh when it puts it in. And then any nutrient that does not get used just gets destroyed. It's a bit wasteful. But it's also probably pretty reliable way of doing things. So no nutrient loop, just a nutrient line with a nutrient debt at the end of it. Maybe that's the way to do it. I think it's always keep it fresh. But that is kind of keeping it fresh then. It either goes in fresh or it gets destroyed. Alright, that's going to be it for today's stream. I hope you had a nice time also exploring the planets with me and just relearning a bit of the space age planetary mechanics. I shot it, I learned a lot, and I have faith we can now bring this playthrough to a good end again. So let's not touch GLEBA and spoil that feeling. We'll keep the spoilage far away from that. Next time I'll get desperate to look at GLEBA, then I'll probably either toss this entire playthrough in the bin, or it turns out GLEBA is not so bad as it seemed at first glance and it's actually pretty easy. Hopefully it's the second one. Anyway, I hope you had a good time. Thank you all for joining in, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.